79 participation.
I request the participant please mute yourself so that we can't create any noise during the webinar.
नमस्ते समुंदर जी, कैसे है? How is your family? We are unable to hear you. You might have to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, Dr. Chaudhary.
Namaste, namaste, namaste.
Namaste Chaudhary sir.
Namaste, Dr. Sahab. Namaste.
Namaste, Dr. Chaudhary. I am Dr. Srivastava.
Yes, Srivastava ji, namaste.
Good afternoon, Dr. Srivastava.
Namaskar, madam.
Namaskar.
Just I checked from DG's office. He's about to join.
Recording क्यों लिख के आया? मेरा फेस तो नहीं जा रहा।
शोभा, आप पार्टिसिपेंट की लिस्ट में देखिए, जहां आपको बोलता हुआ दिखाई दे, स्पीकर ऑन दिखे, उसको राइट क्लिक करके म्यूट करते जाइए। डॉक्टर परोड़ा सर, मेरी बात हो गई है उनसे, सुरेश मल्होत्रा जी से, वो थोड़ी देर में आ जाएंगे।
Okay, good, and it's good you could come back in time to be with us.
Yeah.
You had also been away.
Last late night I came back.
And we appreciate all the support from the council and
Our
especially
pleasure,
by
sir.
you.
काउंसिल के लिए बड़ा गर्व की बात है ये कि ये डायलॉग कर पा रहे हैं हम लोग।
कोरोना ने बहुत कुछ सिखाया है।
Yeah.
Anupama
Because
is
of
there.
Corona, we are able to handle 10 meetings in a day now.
Yeah.
Namaskar, sir.
रविंद्र कौर मैडम है क्या?
Yeah, Ravinder and Anupama also I see there.
Yeah, both of them.
Namaskar.
Namaste ji, namaste.
Namaskar.
Welcome, Rathi ji.
Thank you, Dr. Bagwal. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, once again.
Thank you.
मल्होत्रा जी आ गए। मल्होत्रा जी कनेक्ट हो रहे हैं।
Dr. Chaudhary? I think I see Mr. Simon also joining us. Welcome, Mr. Simon.
Yeah,
Thank you, Dr.
Simon is
Favora.
there.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you with us.
No, it's an honor to be here with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Chaudhary ji,
Yes.
is there
Just,
any delay?
Yes, he is ready to join, but somebody is sitting in this room and he is just about to join.
Yeah.
I gave a call to him also.
सर नमस्कार सर प्रणाम सर
Hello, yes, how are you?
Malhotra ji.
सर आई एम गुड
Thank you, thank you so much.
Good, you
Joining timely.
could also join.
sir
Must be very busy these days.
really sir
Solving all the problems
It is a testing time.
of farmers now.
yes sir
Okay.
yes sir
मल्होत्रा जी नमस्कार श्रीवास्तव।
नमस्कार नमस्कार
Yeah,
श्रीवास्तव
now
साहब
I see.
नमस्कार
I
कैसे
see.
हैं आप श्रीवास्तव साहब
नमस्कार।
आपको अब देखा मैंने
Malhotra
बस
sir,
बढ़िया।
DG sir join कर लिए हैं.
Yeah, I
So,
see Dr.
we
Mahapatra
should
now
start then.
joining. Welcome, Dr. Mahapatra.
Please. Thank you, sir.
We can start then.
Yes, sir. Please.
So, Chaudhary ji, over to you and we can start. And good afternoon, Mahapatra ji. Appreciate your joining us.
Sir.
Namaste to everyone here. Director DWR Jabalpur, please make a brief welcome statement and then we'll immediately switch over to the business, today's business.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to you all. It's my privilege and pleasure on behalf of the ICR Directorate of Weed Research Jabalpur to welcome you all in this important event of stakeholders dialogue for strategies on safe and sustainable weed management a way forward. I am delighted to welcome Padma Bhushan Dr. R.S. Paroda sir, Chairman, Trust for Advancement in Agriculture Sciences, and Farmer Secretary DARE and DG ICR to meticulously conceptualize this program and chairing this present technical session. It's my pleasure and honor to welcome Dr. Trilochan Mahapatra sir, Honorable Secretary DARE and Director General ICR for the opening address of this very important stakeholder dialogue. We also welcome Honorable Deputy Director General NRM ICR, Dr. S.K. Chaudhary Saab, for co-chairing this session and putting his views on herbicide regulation policies in India. I am especially welcome to Honorable Vice Chancellors of different agriculture universities, ADGs, and directors of the various ICR Institute and other organizations, presidents of both International Weed Science Society and Indian Society of Weed Science, our lead panelist, policymakers from Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, and Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India, and state governments, experts from pesticide industry, CGIAR centers, TAAS, entrepreneurs, weed scientists from the country, and farmers. We all know that the crop yield losses due to weeds are significant. The ICR Directorate of Weed Research Jabalpur is a premier institution mandated for carrying out basic, strategic, and adaptive research in the country. In view of the emerging challenges in weed management and herbicide regulations, the TAAS, the ICR, the Directorate of Weed Research Jabalpur, and Indian Society of Weed Science are jointly organizing this mega event. This dialogue will bring together diverse stakeholders on one platform to develop science-based, farmer-centric strategies on weed management for sustainable food, nutrition, and environmental security. Sir, we look forward for your valuable guidance and suggestions. Thank you all for joining this mega event. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I also add my own words of welcoming all of you, all the dignitaries present here in this very, very important stakeholders dialogue on strategies for safe and sustainable weed management. And we are expecting a way forward and some good strategies, some good recommendations so that this will lead to good policy making. The TAAS under the leadership of Dr. Baroda had first came up with this idea to let's have this stakeholders consultation, and he just put a formal word to ICR, and since we were also looking forward for such an opportunity where we can join hands with all the stakeholders in a single platform, because the arena of weed science
Ashok,
now. Am I audible, sir?
yeah, it's okay. Now it's okay. You are muted for some time.
Yeah, now okay.
Yeah, first of from host side, sometime it was muted. So the TAAS, ICR, and the Indian Society of Weed Management all together join hand along with participation of our private partners, and we have the Agriculture Commissioner with us, and with the all stakeholders. We wanted to discuss and deliberate upon this important issue and have dialogues so that we can come up with some good recommendations which are very, very important in this particular field. Among various biotic factors limiting crop productivity, the crop losses due to weeds is one of the most significant loss. Nationally as well as globally, this problem is there. And now, with the other than the known reasons, known factors, known scientific advancement, the climate change has made this particular problem very, very complicated. Weed shift is there, then new weeds are there, then aquatic weeds are, so many new things are coming up. And of only few molecules, which are roughly 10 to 15 years old now, and not much advancement have been done in that particular field. Also, there are issues of banning the herbicides, banning the pesticides, and emergence of new chemicals. Although the significant research advances have taken place in the area of weed science in the past 2-3 decades, but farmers still continue to experience the heavy losses because of the weed problem, and the diverse climatic condition of India also favors the most weeds to prevail and cause severe crop losses and crop yield losses. Since the beginning of agriculture, controlling weed is really a challenge. It's not today's problem. It has been a very long persistent problem, and this is the biggest challenge faced by the farmers in the past, and now also they are facing. In future, we would like to come up with some good recommendations and some good strategies so that these losses can be minimized, if not eliminated completely. So if you see in Indian context, if you are losing 10% yield or 10% yield penalties by weed problem, that may lead to penalty of 30 million tons of food grains, considering 300 million tons of food grains today. So this is a huge, huge, huge loss. And therefore, the subject of weed science and weed management becomes very, very important. The real challenge of Indian weed research and development practitioners and policymakers and also the farmers, that includes, number one, managing weeds in small farmlands. Because if you go in Eastern India, go in high rainfall zone, big, great different kind of canvas in weed problems is there. Similarly, non-availability of labor in different parts of the country has made this situation very, very complicated. Although some other governmental schemes are being blamed for this, but really farmers are not getting labor for weed control manually. And therefore the subject becomes very, very relevant and very, very important. Similarly, inadequate information on weed biology and shifts in weed flora. Because of climate change, weed flora shift is there. This needs to be understood properly, although a lot of work is being done. But still, the dimensions of problem are so huge and large. This is really becoming a very big challenge. Herbicide resistance in weeds. Lack of understanding on the impact of climate change again, then popularizing integrated weed management packages for safe use of herbicides to avoid adverse effect on human health and the environment. Prevention of entry and management of alien and invasive weeds. And finally, coping up with the perception-based myths in herbicide uses is also an important issue. And for all these, good policy regulations and wider understanding and science-led or science-driven policies are essential. Many times decisions are taken where there is no backstopping from scientific corners, and therefore we end up with some bad decisions in this arena, and that really affect the agricultural scenario as a whole. Herbicide regulation and management is very, very important issue. The ICAR, the TAAS, and many other our private partners, they are committed to this, and we are trying to come up with very good agricultural practices for weed control and weed management. Continuous use of selective herbicides, it has led to development of herbicide resistance in weeds. Thus, breeding becomes very, very important. This is what Dr. Paroda was telling in the beginning to Dr. A.K. Singh, Director IRI. The role of breeders, the role of genetic scientists is very, very important for controlling the weeds. Thus, the breeding for herbicide tolerance has become imminent due to increase in cost of hand weeding or manual practices and short of labor, so on. Herbicides constitute about 44% of the total pesticide consumed globally. But the Indian scenario is such that the share of herbicides is only 22% to the total pesticides. The use of herbicides is growing at much faster rate than other pesticides over the last decades. The last 10 years picture shows that the trend is now changing and shifting. Therefore, today's dialogue is very, very relevant, and in today's dialogue, the Trust of Advancement Agriculture Science, the TAAS, ICAR, our institute at Jabalpur, the Indian Society of Weed Science, and many experts from different fields, our partners from the private industries who are dealing with the herbicides, and also the state government officers and state government functionaries, and Dr. Malhotra is also there, the Agriculture Commissioner. With the help of all these people and experts, we are trying to have these dialogues, and in next 2 hours we'll be discussing this subject at depths and dimension, and would like to come out with a roadmap for safe and sustainable use of herbicides in agricultural development. Science-based herbicide-related policies and regulatory system and suggestions thereon. And also we'll discuss on the mechanism to phase out banning of certain herbicides, which are very, very important for Indian agriculture. So I hope in next 2 hours, we'll be discussing all these things, and we will come up with a very good outcome of this discussion. And this policy paper or this discussion paper or stakeholders dialogue paper, this will be a wonderful tool to push the subject in coming days. With this, I'm thankful to you all. And right in the beginning, I would request the Director General of ICR and Secretary DARE, Dr. Trilochan Mahapatraji, for his opening remarks at this point in time. Dr. Sir, DJ Sir.
Thank you very much. Respected Dr. Paroda, Chairman TAAS, and also globally known agricultural scientist, Padma Bhushan and whatnot. I mean, he has been our guide, many ways, providing a new dimension to agriculture. So, and today we have, under his leadership and guidance, the stakeholder dialogue on strategies for safe and sustainable weed management. This is a very important issue, and my colleagues, Dr. Chaudhary and Dr. Mishra, they have put together some ideas, and but there are many other experts who are present today. I extend a very hearty welcome to each one of you who are here. And you will be certainly enriching the deliberation by way of your contribution out of your own experience, the way you have been handling this particular problem. I see also not only our public institutions, but also the industry partners are also present here. And certainly they would be providing their valuable inputs, to various aspects of weed management. Certainly, as Dr. Chaudhary said, weeds are playing havoc in agricultural lands, causing huge losses. The estimates vary. So if we go to specifics of those, probably, there are, some contradictions, but leave aside that, there is our own studies, over some periods that indicates that the losses are there and very significant losses are caused by weeds. Farmers have been trying to manage them in their own ways, and they have their, usually employing their family labor. That has been the tradition, and subsequently using laborers, hired laborers for hand weeding. And I have seen in my own eyes, how it takes days together, even to weed a particular small patch of half an acre field. If it is upland rice and infested with huge, kind of weeds, number of weeds, it's unimaginable to see, how the crop can grow in the presence of such a huge number of weeds. So that takes quite a bit of energy, time, and money to weed and get a healthy crop. And also, not that once you did and that field is managed, how I have seen how many times one has to go back to the field to weed those out, and then have a crop stand, proper crop stand. Otherwise, nothing the farmer gets. So these are all serious problems which farmers have been trying to grapple. And today the row seeding and planting in most crops, and that helps in a big way. Mechanical weeders are helping to remove weeds, and the process contribute to productivity. So, but then the weedicides, the chemical control of weeds, is also one way out, and then that's what farmers have been doing. And in nursery at IRI, Dr. A.K. Singh and myself, when we used to stand there, we will be really overwhelmed by the kind of weeds, the way they come, and the nursery would be actually full of weeds, unless you add, even a few times you would ring up farmers to understand what is that, modern weedicide which would be immediately available, which can be applied here, which they are using to, sometimes we used to really depend on their farmers' experience to, get those information. So what I'm trying to say is that we have been evolving from hand weeding to manual weeding to mechanical weeding, and to chemical, weed control. And then, one can have a kind of combination, depending on the situation. Certainly, machines and modern day needs, of the farmers, not really going for manual operations to save time and save also money. So this is the kind of objectives that one is actually moving forward. But today, when we talk of modern day agriculture and then current weed management practices, so there are a few things which comes to our mind. We have seen the herbicide resistant crops, Roundup Ready soybean, and other crops, herbicide tolerant crops as they have been adopted globally. We in India have not really gone for it, but they have been in use at a global level, and a lot of fundamental studies have happened. And what extent they can be utilized, that's a matter of discussion, because India has not yet approved cultivation of that. But at experimental level, we have been discussing, and I believe Director ARI would have some points to say later while participating in deliberation. So, we are, trying our best to really move in that direction, that whether that we can have herbicide tolerant, GM technology in the country. They were all patented technologies, and now, for certain situations where a patent is off, and or in situations where we can have collaboration, and can we really popularize in this country? So that could be one alternative which needs deliberation, further deliberation, and then appropriate recommendation that to what extent one can really depend on and rely on that. There have been questions raised against some of the chemicals like glyphosate, and some reports are there, but then there are reports, large number, which says that it is safe. That also needs to be really discussed, and I'm sure there will be at least some discussion on this. That on the safety of by way of using some of the herbicides. Dr. Chaudhary talked about banning. So that is also area which has been separately discussed in TAAS itself, that herbicides and pesticides and all that, some of those which have been banned, and that has been already discussed. So that is another aspect of it, that which one to be used and safe way of use. So it's not that some of these herbicides or pesticides we have been using, what is the safe way to use? So I think that is another aspect, informing, educating the users about safety of this and the safe use of these chemicals. Honorable Prime Minister's call is that we should reduce the use of chemicals as much as possible. But we also at the same time, while doing so, Dr. Chaudhary and myself, we have been discussing that what could be ways and means to really go for that, reduce chemical use, and without compromising the yield, and in an integrated fashion. What could be the integrated management practices that can give us rich dividends in terms of environmental safety, in terms of human risk minimized, and in terms of higher productivity. So this is a difficult situation, but still that is what is actually India needs. That anytime any country would be needing that. GM has been questioned and not yet widely accepted in the country. There's still matter of deliberation, and the regulatory system is yet to really give green signal. But our own efforts, Dr. A.K. Singh has taken those mutations forward, and chemically induced mutations. So that is one aspect which probably we have not really exploited to a huge extent. And the rice example shows that we can have mutations in genes which can give us herbicide tolerance, though they are very rare, but mutagenesis, which used to happen at a very low scale, can be induced to a very huge population generated in the process, and that could be one alternative. So probably that would be one way. And if we think, if we agree that manual weeding is not today's context advisable, and mechanical weeding, yes, we can still go for, and we should go for, and chemical control, and particularly weedicides, in the context that we have not been able to go through for the GM, the non-GM route, which is equally promising, and we have not been able to really exploit this as much. So probably that needs to be really looked at, and then we need to really deliberate what needs to be really done. Could be, we should be able to recommend and not work on that extensively. Similarly, the National Fund of ICR funded a project at ICGB where they also worked on this, and there is a route which is mediating route, because these are the mutations in some of these genes like APSP synthase and other acetolactase and all that. So also creating specific mutations at the desirable sites, and in fact, hunting for alternative sites for more effective use of this. I think these are the areas probably that they need to really discuss and then see if there are possibilities to move in that direction. So genetic means is also possible. What all this I am telling is, chemical use, facilitated by genetic changes, whether GM or non-GM or genetic modification, all that is also a distinct possibility. The nano herbicide is another area. Probably, we haven't really done much, and we need to really look at how much we should be, because that would again minimize the use of the chemical and serve the purpose that we are discussing. But at the same time, the safety of nano in the environment and also to human, to animals, that's another aspect to be looked into. Certainly, when we say organic agriculture, so organic agriculture would require that we minimize chemical use. But organic agriculture, can have alternative, methods. For instance, in case of insects, we are talking about biocontrol, and biocontrol of weeds. What extent we can really rely on this. There are some experiments done at our Weed Institute in Jabalpur, I have seen, but to me it appeared not very effective, the insect-based control of weeds. And so where are we globally, and really should we really work on that area, and is there any possibility to control weeds by biological agents, and how best we can really use such agents extensively to manage weeds in agricultural fields. There are some weed species, and there needs to be fundamental studies. And when we are talking about weed management, and in fact, some of these weeds are really invasive in nature, and these invasive properties of weeds, and actually studying them, because often what goes against GM, weed management is this particular aspect, the trait escaping to wild, and in the process creating some of these weeds to be far more invasive than they are today. So invasiveness of different weeds, as they are, and how they would behave if a trait is introduced in future. So we don't have much of a data on those as of today, but I know that could be another aspect to deliberate and then guide us for future things. I have seen myself when I was at CRRI Qatar, while discussing with my young colleagues, we had some idea how different nutrition profile of soils influence with composition. And the husband-wife couple who were working there, they did a very good study in trays, and by varying different nutrition profile of the soils, they did study and came out with very good, kind of influences, and they published in international journal that how phosphorus, nutrient, and their deficiencies, their sufficiencies, how they influence different weed composition in the field. Which one goes up and which one comes up, and international studies are also there. I think we need to really look at it, that our weeds, they also behave differently under different soil situations. Conservation agriculture, that could be another way of managing our weeds actually. And I have seen myself that, if you have rice straw, 6 inch of it, on there in the wheat fields, and not only conserves moisture, but also suppresses weeds. And this is my own observation. And colleagues also have generated scientific data and evidences that it is one way of doing this. And more importantly, because there is no tillage, the weed seeds are not really going deeper and coming up in subsequent seasons. So that way also, another way of looking at it, how conservation agriculture can help, with management. So there are already evidences in support of this. And I believe that that could be one other area to look at, how conservation agriculture can contribute to this. In the context of climate change and in context of our soil degradation happening, and how the weed flora is changing, and what should be our management strategy. So probably that, I don't think we have done much studies in that respect, to my knowledge. Maybe that is there. So probably, that could be another area for weed management for future, to see, how we can really do this. And I'm sure, when we want higher productivity, higher income for the farmers, and certainly weed management comes as an important, very, very important issue. And without that, we cannot really achieve the targeted yield levels. But then weeds, not necessarily that they are always unwanted. I was looking at a weed in the lawn, and that is always taken off. But when it grows, it is so effective in soil conservation, and it just is a kind of cover which is so close to, so tightly packing the soil, and no scope for soil erosion happening. So weeds for managing soils and then conserving soil surfaces particularly, and also some weeds are known to really balance the soil nutrition status. So those aspects, while we are actually studying weed management, probably we need to look at those, that how effectively we can use those which are considered as weeds, but then they can be very effectively utilized for other purposes to our advantage. Certainly, the microbial load and insects and microbes and all that, how the weeds are helpful, and particularly in breaking hard pans. In some of the situations where hard pans are there, and weeds and their root systems can break these hard pans and then help us. So there are situations where weeds can be of use, and can we really effectively use them in situations where we need them. And I don't know how much study we have done in this aspect, but that could be areas to explore which are still yet unexplored while doing weed management. So these are all some of the positives from the weeds which can be really looked at while managing the weeds. Weed as a weed unwanted in the agricultural fields, but wanted in some situations where they are required. So thank you very much. I'm sure Professor Dr. Kuroda will have always new aspects and guidance and areas, suggestions to cover, and without taking more time. So thank you very much. Certainly we will be far more enriched by all the experts who are present today, and I wish that there will be useful recommendations. And as it happens always with Dr. Kuroda, so when he puts his mind together, his ideas together, the documents come up so well, and with all ideas so nicely displayed. So I'm sure this will be no exception. So thank you very much, sir, and thanks to all of you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you for your opening address and setting the tone and raising the important issues. Certainly, in hours to go, we'll be discussing all these things. and we'll come up with very good recommendations on this. So now I invite the chairman of the day, Dr. R.S. Paroda ji, Padma Bhushan Dr. R.S. Paroda ji, for his chairman's remarks. Dr. Paroda, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Mahapatra. First of all, thank you from core of my heart for all the support and your personal participation in today's dialogue. Of course, Dr. Chaudhary and your Weed Management Directorate and all the scientists, including the Society on Weed Management, are hosting it. But on behalf of TAAS, I would like to say that we are too pleased to provide this neutral platform to deliberate on this important subject, which certainly requires attention in present context. Firstly, it is a neutral platform. We are happy that we have representatives from Ministry, Dr. Malhotra, from ICR, the entire ICR headed by you, Dr. Mahapatra, and thank you for your inaugural address covering most of the technical issues, which certainly we would like to deliberate and see what is the way forward, and especially the industry. And you being one of our trustees and also AK Singh as our trustee, we had been talking about safer use of pesticides for the last few years. And also since last 6 months, we tried to organize the two stakeholders dialogue, one on the pesticides, which is so important. And the genesis of today's dialogue actually emanated from our previous dialogue, which we held in October with various good recommendations relating to the amendment in pesticide bill and also relating to the notification by the government for ban of some pesticides. At that time, it transpired that globally, when you look at the pesticide scenario, the maximum use is of herbicides. But when we come to India, the herbicides are at number 3. The first is insecticides, then the fungicides, and then the herbicides. Globally, it is herbicides, fungicides, and then insecticides. We thought, why it is so? Is it the problem of weeds is less in India, or are we not very attentive in terms of using? And then when you look at, we found that out of 2,000 molecules available globally, India has registered only 60 herbicides. And out of those 60 herbicides also, some important ones which otherwise are quite useful and effective, maybe dialogue will tell us later, have been also put in the list of those which need to be banned. So obviously there is an issue which has to be looked into. Firstly, why it is that out of total pesticide use of more than 70,000 tons of active ingredients, we are using only 60,000 tons of herbicides, and that is roughly around 10 to 12%. And most of these herbicides are used in India on rice, wheat, and on plantation crops. So 90% goes for them, which means only 10%. And I am currently, thanks to the COVID-19, I am nowadays spending most of my time in the village and on my farm. Notice that during the rainy season, maximum problem, though it started right when I started my career in Haryana, that you had won the battle if you had taken care of weeds during rainy season for any successful production. So that shows that we are losing an opportunity if we cannot manage weeds in the rainy season effectively. And especially this is so in case of, pulses, which we are the largest grower and consumer, and we need to produce more. And also in case of cereals, if you can manage weeds, you have got a successful bajra crop even in rain-fed area. But when you look at the rain-fed area, the use of herbicides is still much less. And Dr. Mahapatra, you rightly said, conservation agriculture provides an opportunity. Even we have to think of reducing the use of puddled rice in the northern India, where water is a big problem. And there, if you are going for direct seeded rice, then also weed management will be more effective. But when you look at the total use and number of molecules that are being used, and then the efforts that are going on, it shows that we have to have a look at the total scenario of not only the use of herbicides, but how do we use them safely, and how can we have sustainable weed management. So therefore, it requires a holistic dialogue. I am very happy that we have very good speakers to speak immediately after this session on the three different aspects. One from the research side, the other one is from the industry side, then the third one is from the regulatory side. And regulatory issues are also quite considerable, and they need to be attended quite effectively. How can we take advantage of integrated weed management? We are talking of IPM, we are talking of INM, integrated nutrient management, pest management, but weed management has to be also given equal importance. And in that respect, what are the various options? Option which you also said on transgenics, I think we are losing an opportunity which would require a policy decision at the highest level. And there are opportunities. We are on the one side importing oil to a greater extent. We are number one now in oilseed crops for soybean in India. For soybean production, there is great potential, and soybean has also the selective herbicide tolerance in that context. So that opportunity is going to be lost. So we have to think of selective as well as non-selective herbicides. And since time is short, I would be again participating and discussing later at the end. So many issues would probably get flagged in, and we will come to some concrete suggestions, because from the industry side, I see very eminent people participating, starting from Sri Anil Kakkar, Sri Raju Barwale, Sri Asitwa Sen, R.G. Agarwal, Rajvi Rathi, and also from the research side, we have many capable people participating in it. Thank again to Dr. Chaudhary for coordinating all this hand in hand with us. We have the leaders who had been playing important role all through in their life as a fellows of NAS, and also representing various sectors. So what I would like to say that probably we have to have a clear roadmap on safer molecules. We have to think of better public awareness and policies. We have to lay greater focus now on rain-fed crops and management through effective and safe herbicides. I can tell you that the major problem which I faced this year, maybe there were heavy rains and unexpectedly all in the contracted monsoon period, that weeds were the major problem. And you don't get labor. You don't in fact have effective mechanization to take care, and then we have to look for the safer use of herbicides. Knowledge of those is not very clear. Dr. Sandhu is also attending this meeting. I had gone to his field in Jobner, and I was so happy to see that the use of weedicide had controlled the moong crop very effectively. And the results were so obvious, but you don't see those being used effectively by farmers otherwise. So there are issues. We have to think in the context of newer molecules if they are available. We also have a potential of producing herbicides in India and exporting out. That's another opportunity which clearly came up in our pesticide dialogue. And we need to also have a relook at the policy environment and the recently announced, which is under consideration though, I suppose, where all kinds of pesticides, including herbicides in red, yellow, green and blue triangle are included for ban. I think if we have to ban, better we be very strategic and targeting these according to the level of seriousness which is reflected through these different colored triangles. So maybe that aspect also would require, and we have to see whether there are other alternatives which are cheaper. So I would like to say not much at this stage, but I would like to only say that we are happy. Corona 19 has taught us different ways of doing business. We are meeting through this webinar. These are, I think, different more models of scientific interactions. They are rather, I personally feel, very effective as well. I'm talking to you from my village, so everyone can still interact. Everyone's presence can be assured, and through this we can deliberate effectively. Though time is short, but everyone is present and concentrating. So with this, I would once again like to thank all of the participants, and would like to look forward to their very effective and valuable input. But once again, Dr. Mahapatra, I know you must be awfully busy, and also Dr. Malhotra, who has joined us during present time when you have a lot of national other issues emerging for the farmers. But your joining us, we really appreciate, and would like to see if you can continue for a little longer to attend to whatever possible deliberations. But please help us to see that these recommendations are then implemented, and they can be implemented at your level. Now, we are only to facilitate this process. So Dr. Chaudhary, Dr. Mahapatra, Dr. Malhotra, industry is there to provide all kind of input. The stakeholders are there, and farmers are needing support, and they need much safer raising of crops, which are more economical and effective. And if you can manage weeds effectively, labor, I can tell you, during Kharif season is not at all possible. And if the farmer is not aware of which herbicide to be used and when and in what quantity, using which kind of equipment, then he is also at a great receiving end. So in that respect, I consider this dialogue very important, and let's move forward. And now, Dr. Chaudhary, you, my co-chair, I pass on to you to move forward with the next technical session.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot for making these comments at this juncture. Next, we'll be moving in the technical section, in which we have 3 presentations. As Dr. Paroda has said, one from industry side, one from R&D side, and one on the regulatory acts and regulatory mechanisms. We will get into this. Each speaker may get roughly 20 minutes. So if you finish within time or before time, that will be very nice to manage time very effectively. But before getting into this, I would request Dr. Malhotra and Dr. A.K. Singh, Director IRI, if you do not have any hard press assignment in hand, you please remain with us. If not, then at any juncture you can give your opinion. So if you are going immediately, please make your viewpoints in 2-3 minutes, and we'll continue the technical session thereafter. Please,
You can request them to give their viewpoints now itself. So
yes,
that,
yes.
Before you start the presentations.
Yes, yes.
If Dr. Paroda agrees, so that they might be busy, so might leave, so it will be difficult. So they can give their viewpoints. I might also leave, sir. After maybe 5-6 minutes, I have to leave. So maybe you can listen to Dr. A.K. Singh or Dr.
I will take, sir, if permitted, 5 minutes.
Please,
and
please.
with permission to share the presentation. I have a brief presentation, and this is it's a part of technical session only what I'm going to speak about. So, yeah.
Please make.
Thank you for this opportunity. What I'm going to present before you is the new field of herbicide tolerant crop, which has been commercialized globally as clear field technology. This is a non-GM herbicide tolerant approach. There was a project that was led by Dr. Mahapatra in 2008, funded by Department of Biotechnology, where we did large-scale mutagenesis. I will not go into the advantages and disadvantages of herbicide tolerant crop. The major, in case of rice particularly, the total water requirement is 150 hectare centimeter, which is 150 lakh liters. And out of this 15 hectare centimeter, that means 15 lakh liters is used for puddling operation alone. In direct seeded rice, we can do away with puddling. So the labor cost is saved, and also the water requirement is greatly reduced. But the major problem in DSR is weed, nematode, iron and zinc deficiency, which has been technically it has to be addressed. Now, considering this, this project, the DBT project, which was led by Dr. Mahapatra, we initiated a program for EMS mutagenesis of a variety Nagina 22, and large-scale spray with herbicide imijathopir led to identification of a mutant tolerant to imijathopir. This was the multi-institutional project. Professor Robin, who is no more with us, he identified this plant in Coimbatore. We had done mutagenesis and shared the seed with all the centers. And then this mutation has been characterized at molecular level. When you see the effect of imijathopir on the mutant, nothing happens to this. 1121 is highly susceptible. Now we transferred this gene through marker-assisted backcross breeding in Pusa Basmati 1121 and in Pusa Basmati 1509. And you can see the sequential development after the crop is transplanted or direct seeded. It is sprayed with herbicide after 18 days of seeding or transplanting, and then 15 days, and you can see in the crop when it reaches to maturity during the entire crop field. In the control plot, original 1121, all plants are killed and also the weeds are completely killed. But nothing happens to the 1121 incorporated with herbicide tolerance trait. Now, this provides complete protection. The spectra is very wide for imijathopir. Generally, farmers are using pendimethalin plus nominee gold combination, which cost about 1,500 rupees per acre. But imijathopir cost is just 400 rupees per acre. Single spray provides excellent weed control. So now you can see in Pusa Basmati 1121 and also in 1509, we have transferred these two genes. These lines have been tested 1 year in the All India coordinated trial. Second year testing is now over. Data is going to come soon. So their grain cooking quality is excellent and yield is at par with 1121. In some cases it is better. Paper is published. Also, we have seen the effect on succeeding crops like wheat, in case of lentil, And in chickpea, the cases which follow the rice, different cropping system, and also the residue. Now this data will be submitted for the expansion of label claim on which we are working. So this is the trial part. When we have conducted trial under direct seeded conditions, you can see the kind of weed population after spraying, the excellent control in 1509 original, 1121 original, plants are killed, weeds are killed, but in the near isogenic lines, nothing happens. While the control plot, unweeded plant, this plot was visited by almost Dr. Mahapatra brought the Honorable Union Minister also, Dr. Paroda visited, Dr. Malhotra also has visited, Dr. Malik has visited, and seen the efficacy, all kinds of weeds you find here, and the other economic aspects we have worked out. What we are working out now is on the expansion of label claim, because imidacloprid is not recommended for rice. Rice was highly sensitive to it. It is used in India extensively. There are 86 companies which are manufacturing this, and this is a generic molecule. But expansion of label claim has to be done to rice, for which we are generating data, and then we will make application to CIBRC. Then development of stewardship for proactive engagement of stakeholders for sustainable weed control solutions, because it is learned from the experience that overseas in Brazil and other places, US also, wherever ST rice has been used or other clear field crops have been used, over 10-15 years period, there has been development of resistance. So this also has to be managed with other genetic approaches where we identify the other mode of action and combine the two together. But this one is ready to go, and we are now working on the expansion case. The other aspect which Dr. Mahapatra mentioned is with respect to herbicide tolerant soybean, and with his initiative, a lot of high-level discussions have happened. And finally, we have made an application to import the off-patent soybean transgenic lines carrying RR1 events from University of Missouri. The money, we got the clearance from RCGM, import permit we have taken from NVPR, and they charged $4,000 for one line, which we have paid. So we are just hoping the seed to arrive in any moment in a week or so, and then we will start back crossing that event to at least top 10 varieties of soybean, which occupy 90% of the soybean area in the country. So within 3 years' time, we will have these lead varieties of soybean in India converted to RR1 event. And I think the policy makers are convinced with the potential, and hopefully this will get through. So that happens, it will help greatly in enhancing the soybean productivity from current level of 1200 kg per hectare to at least say 2000 kg per hectare, while global average is 2500 kg and the best is 3500 kg. So this is just a glimpse. Honorable Union Minister with Honorable Director General visited, and then Dr. Pravoda himself visited and saw the field. So I think that's what I wanted to share with you. A lot of help is required in this context with Dr. Malhotra in providing a quick, clearance and expansion of label claim. Once we have generated data, the requirement is that two seasons, 3 locations, but in one season we are generating data for 10 locations. So if that can be considered, then this year we can give something really valuable for the rice community. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much for making very crisp and focused points, very useful points. Dr. Malhotra, we will love to you be here whole through discussion, but you do have some pressing assignment. You can make your viewpoint right here.
Yeah, I'm here. I'll attend your full session.
So, oh, great.
At the moment I'm here, but I have noted the point as Dr. A.K. Singh he mentioned. Definitely I will help him. So whatsoever data he has generated so far, he should submit it, but we have online system of application. So he needs to submit all those informations related to this bioefficacy, then further all other basic informations are already available, but you need to submit informations on bioefficacy because this is the issue which relates to label claim expansion. Definitely we will consider your case in the fast pace, and the work which you have done, it's really remarkable. So we need to take it forward, and farmers, they need to take benefit. As I have been told, on the basis of my experience with the states, that there are few states in the eastern region. If some kind of weed management is done in rice, I think we can increase our production and productivity in particular for rice to the tune of 20 to 30%. So this is the feedback which has come from states, particularly from Odisha and West Bengal. So this is a kind of initiatives, level claim. Definitely I will help you. Please.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And one more thing, sir, I want to add that not only these two varieties, also in several non-basmati varieties, we have done Pusa 44 early version, and then at National Rice Research Institute, Cuttack, Coimbatore, DRR, Hyderabad, at least there are 7-8 different genetic background of mega varieties in which the gene is under transfer. That is slightly behind, but that will also be ready in 2 to 3 years down the line.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. I know you are on the way to generate the information, generate the data, and data is primarily needed, and definitely we will do it at a very fast track, the system which we have. Our experts, they will analyze it, and we will get it on a priority. We will get it done.
Can I comment for a moment, Dr. Singh? You have good work, but there are reports that Imajat Pyre already has resistance in soybean crop in MP. And these two major weeds, Echinoclea colonna and Cypress species, are also major weeds of rice. So I am not sure how Imajat Pyre will work there.
Let me say, Dr. Singh, Imajat Pyre, the soybean crop has got natural tolerance to Imajat Pyre, and that is why Imajat Pyre is a recommended herbicide for use in soybean crop. It's becoming ineffective in soybean is a different matter. But I am talking about rice. In rice, Imajat Pyre has not been used because rice is highly sensitive. It kills rice. So it is not for soybean I am talking about. Soybean has a natural tolerance for this, and that breakdown is a issue related to development of resistance. That has to be tackled separately.
Dr. A.K. Singh, I am a weed scientist and I am president of International Weed Science Society, the first Indian to be there. I know about herbicides. What you are talking about is the selectivity to your rice, to Imajat Pyre. Okay? I am talking about already the resistance has been occurred in the major weeds of rice. So if you use Imajat Pyre in rice, what will happen? You will lose the efficacy in a few years.
I am not able to communicate clearly. I must tell you that the development of resistance for Imajat Pyre in the countries where it is regularly used as clear field rice, it has taken 15 years time. In India, Imajat Pyre has not been used in rice for the time being, because now we have developed herbicide tolerant rice varieties. This can be safely used for at least 5 to 10 years. In the meantime, there are alternate mode of herbicide action, and we have to combine the two modes of action in the same variety so that you go for alternate uses of herbicide and delay the development of resistance. Development of resistance is a phenomenon that will happen otherwise also. It is in the weed. See, you see
in case of all weedicides.
Yeah, it will happen. So the seed, number of seeds that you have for weeds, and you are weed science.
The herbicide tolerance is hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We can hear you. We can hear you. Please.
Are you able to hear? Yeah, I think we have to look at the different kind of options that are available. No doubt, there are always concerns. Herbicide tolerance had been an issue since long and still would be an issue to be looked at. But then if there are options that are available, avoiding the GM route and can provide help to the farmers for weed management, then it is an alternative option which has to be also looked with open mind rather than to be reserved right in the beginning. So let's move forward and see, and moreover.
Dr. Purodaji, my submission is that in case of rice, we have several herbicides and no weed has evolved resistance in case of rice. Okay. Imajat Pyre herbicide is good herbicide,
Well, I think we are not going to discuss in detail
I think
on the
Dr.
rice,
Singh,
rice only, you know. It is
Dr.
the
Singh,
total issue. And
Dr.
we
Singh,
will be then stuck up with these kinds of dialogue and not able to proceed further with
Yes.
the objective which we have, you know. So if you want to continue with this discussion, I have no problem. Go ahead.
No, sir,
you
we
are
need
the
to
organizer, so if you
finish
feel
our
they
the
can
agenda
go,
in our
so
hand.
it's up to you.
So we'll go with the structured presentation which we have listed here. So
Yeah, thank you, Dr. A.K. Singh and Dr. Malhotra, and please look into whatever the possible options are there for consideration under existing regulatory mechanism. And we should have open mind for these. Otherwise, no new molecule will ever be tested in any new crop.
Yes.
These
Sure.
reservations will always continue.
Well, well said.
Okay, let's go ahead, Dr. Chaudhary.
with your permission, we will move forward, and first I invite Dr. Sushil Kumar. He will be talking on status and challenges of R&D on weed management. Dr. Sushil Kumar, quickly share your presentation and make your presentation in prescribed time of 17 to 18 minutes so that we can have some time at the end. Sushil?
Yeah. Everybody? Yeah. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Audible है, थोड़ा सा और अच्छे से कर लीजिए उसको.
Yeah. Good afternoon to everybody. Respected Dr. Parda, Dr. Mahapatra Saab, Dr. Chaudhary, and all the eminent scientists. I am really thankful to TAAS and Dr. Parda especially that he has given opportunity to Indian Society of Weed Science to present an overview of research and development on weed management. And I will be giving what research have been developed in India, what is the status and what are the challenges. Yeah, next. So we all know about this, that weeds cause definitely about 37% loss. And this loss is against all, for example, this is more than diseases and the insects. And we all know that weed cause reduction in agriculture productivity, nutrients and soil moisture loss, endanger biodiversity. It also harbor pest, disease and nematodes, and it also affect the fodder supply to livestock by encroaching grasslands and pastures. And recently a study based on 1,581 on-farm research trials from 18 states have been done by Directorate of Weed Research, which has clearly indicated that about 11 billion loss is occurred only in 10 major crops. And here, these are the 10 different crops. And if you will see here that crops, rice and wheat are the major crops where there is too much greater loss by the weeds. Of course, it is in different crops, it varied. And in nutshell, we can say when the loss by weeds in 10 crops are about more than 11 billions, then certainly if we take into consideration all the crops, vegetables, then certainly the loss will be more than, it has been estimated that it will be more than 12 lakh crore rupees. And just before going into details, just a little bit about that, how much weed research development occurred in India. In fact, in 1952, in 13 states, there was one initiation of coordinated scheme in principal crops like rice, wheat, and sugarcane. And in 1952 also, a wheat section was started in IARI. And by 1968, Indian Society of Weed Science was established, which was the first in Asia. And by the same time, around 1967, one weed section was started in Jhansi in IGFRI. And research boost, in fact, occurred on weed science after the establishment and launching of this All India Coordinated Research Project on Weed Control in 1978. And later on in 1989, seeing the importance of the weed, the establishment of then NRC Weed Science happened at Directorate at Jabalpur, which was upgraded to Directorate of Weed Research in 2009, and now it has been renamed as Directorate of Weed Research, which was renamed in 2014. And now a little bit about that how this weed research grew in India. And of course, in 1948 to 40 occurred, and before that, hand weeding was the only major method. And if we see in the publication, because publication is a indicator that how the research moved on weed science. So we have analysis the publication in Indian Journal of Weed Science. And if you will see that during 1969 to 1979, 60%, 67% papers were published, and those papers were on herbicides. And later on in forthcoming decades, the percentage of publication on herbicide was 69, 57, 53, and currently in current decades, it was around 41%. So it indicates that there was integration of other methods in weed management also. And if we are talking about the integrated weed management, and if you see that earlier decades, there was very less work on IWM, which was only about 9%. Now, by the current decades, between 2010 to 2018, it has reached up to 36%. However, still, the Indian Journal of Weed Science publication is dominant by the herbicides. And paper published on cropping systems was 6% during 1989, and currently about 8%. So now, if we talk about the major problem weeds in Indian agriculture, so in croplands, we can say that Phalaris, Echinocola, wild rice, ageratum, cypress, cynodon, parthenium, etc. are the major problems. And in non-cropped lands also, this parthenium is in both. Parthenium has entered into crops, as well as it is one of the prominent weeds in non-cropped land also, besides lantana, mecania, mimosa, chromelena, etc. And in water bodies, if you will see, water hyacinth, hydrilla, alternanthera, pistia, and salvinia are the most prominent weeds. Likewise, there are problems of major problems in parasitic weeds are of Orobunci, Striga, Cuscata, and Lorenthus, etc. And now, one by one, we will see that how the research developed on weed management. Of course, by 1990, the manual weeding remained a prominent one in India. And of course, there was modest beginning of herbicide use also, but increase in cost of labor and their unavailability during peak season has compelled farmers to switch over on herbicides. And now if we see about the chemical management scenario and development, so now almost chemical weed management recommendations have been developed for most of the crops, and there is shifts from use of conventional herbicides to new low dose high potency molecules for weed control in not only in rice, wheat, but in other crops also. And if we see the consumption of herbicides, so consumption of herbicides in 2019 to 20, it was around 15.7% in India against 68% herbicides globally. And among the pesticides, as indicated by our DG sir also, that insecticides prominent, followed by fungicides. So among the pesticides, still herbicides usage in India in comparison to advanced countries is very low. And of course, even this increasing use of chemicals have increased the herbicide resistance. And in India, there are about 5 weeds have developed resistance in wheat, and 2 weeds have developed resistance in rice. And if we talk about global situations, in global, about 515 weed species have reported herbicide resistance. So in comparison to global situation, still it is a clear indication that with the increase of the herbicides, there will be increase in the herbicide resistance problem in India. And of course, this use of chemicals has also increased the research on herbicide residue. And work on herbicide residue has been done for almost all the herbicides except a few launched recently. And the work have also been done on half-lives of herbicide, which range from 5 to more than 140 days. And studies have conducted on herbicide residue has demonstrated about 80% samples with residue below the detection level, while 13.4% below maximum residue limit, and about 6.6% samples were found to be above MRL values. So here this 6.6% are increasing about from the MR value. Field experiments have been conducted for risk assessment of herbicide residue in agriculture commodities, which have been used for MRL fixations, and reports appeared of ground contamination by 2,4-D atrazine dicoate also. And also that problem is has been faced and worked out that some herbicides also cause problem in next crop. And with the changing climate, the situation of weed is increasing, and it has been expected that by 2015, there will be increase of CO2 concentration of about 600 ppm, and temperature will also increase. And the study and research done on the climate change with the weeds and weed interactions, it has been found that weed has shown vigorous growth. Here in these pictures, Parthenium, work on Parthenium and water hyacinth has been done at directed, and it has clearly shown that it will, the growth of weed is going to be increased with the increase in concentration of CO2 and temperature. And climate change will also going to affect the herbicide efficiency, residue status, and also the biogenic reproduction. We are talking about the biological control. So it has been also find out that biogenic reproduction was affected by CO2, elevation of the CO2. And if we see about the CBT reports, that alien invasive weeds are increasing, and there is a clear threat of increasing attack of alien invasive weeds in India. And we all know about the Lantana, Mecania, Chromelena, Parthenium, and among the water bodies, so water hyacinth is the #1 weed, and the problem of weeds in aquatic bodies is well known. And this particularly the threat of invasive species will increase in India with the increasing trade and globalizations coupled with the liberalization policies. The risks will be more. And the work has also been done on parasitic weeds. Earlier, in fact, we were dependent on particularly on agronomic practices and the use of resistant cultivars for the management of oribunki, but recently studies have been done, and now at least we want we have developed some technologies for the management of oribunki by use of glyphosate in mustard at 25 and 50 gram per hectare at 30 and 55 days after sowing. And there are the herbicides have been proven, particularly this pendimethalin has proven good for the management of Cuscata as a pre-emergence herbicides. And if we talk about the biological control, so far the development in biological control, about 31 exotic biological control agents had been released in India, and out of which 22 were recovered and established. And out of those 22 bioagents, 7 bioagents are providing excellent control, while 4 substantials and 9 partial control. So still the outcome of the introduction of biological control is not so bad. And if we talk about the overall impact of introduction of classical biocontrol agents in India, we find that maximum success has been achieved in aquatic weeds, which is about 55.5%, followed by insects, Homopterus pest, and then again followed by the tested weeds. So this research has clearly indicated that in spite of some limitations in biological control, still biological control has promising options for the management of weeds in India. And if we see utilization aspects, in fact, in utilization aspect, a lot of work has also been done. Of course, as talked by the DG sir, that it depends on the place where it is. Of course, in agriculture field, the weeds are means causing loss. But if we talk for the benefit aspects, we found that weeds are being used for medicinal purpose, for biopesticidal purpose, for making pulp, paper, biogas, as a food, as a fodder, briquette making also. Some of the weeds like lantana and like ipomia have been used for making briquettes. And from lantana, people have developed furniture also. And use of weeds for making compost and vermicompost is the most prominent options. But still a lot has to be done about the utilization of the weeds. And work has also been done about the eradication program. So far, this eradication program has been done only for the one weed species, that is Ambrosia xylostichia. In fact, this species, this weed was encountered in one of the part of Karnataka, and for last 7-8 years, work is being done to eradicate it completely. So at least there is one example of eradication program in India against the invasive weeds. And
Dr. Sushil Kumar, kindly try to conclude because time is a limitation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So come to your main recommendations part.
ICT work has also been done on ICT tools development, and our mobile app Weed Manager is very popular. And digitization of imported germplasm has also been done by NBPGR. And these are the emerging challenges. Emerging challenges are like this development of herbicide resistance in weeds, herbicide residue hazards. And of course, we were talking about the herbicide tolerant crops. So these herbicide tolerance crops, we have to be cautious that they may develop super weeds. So research has to be done on that aspect also. And growing infestation of weedy rice and parasitic weeds are also there. Climate change will always remain a problem for the weed management. And there is acute problem of aquatic weed management. We have to work on these aspects. And weed management in organic farming is a real challenge. And these are the thirst areas. If we really want to manage weeds, we have to work more on designing and development of tools for small farmers. We have to work on conservation agriculture for reduction of herbicides, and we have to work on utilization aspects of the weeds also. And development of nano capsules and nano biosensors will be a thrust area, and eradication of quarantine weed like Ethulia gracilis, we should also think about. And these are the stakeholder concern. That farmers' concern is about application technique of herbicides and environmental hazard by pesticide, spurious chemicals. But industry also concerned about delay in registration of new molecules, banning of established pesticides, including herbicides, and slow development of new molecules. So these are the stakeholder concerns also. And with this, I finish my talk about. Thank you very much, sir.
Dr. Chaudhary.
Thank you, Dr. Sushil Kumar. Thank you very much. Now I request Dr. Anil Kakkar to give the industrial perspective of herbicides for sustaining farm productivity. Mind you, Dr. Kakkar, kindly manage your time. You please finish in next 15 minutes time. Dr. Kakkar.
Right, sir, sure. Am I audible? Can I get the confirmation?
Yeah, very much.
Yeah, let me put down my presentation. I'll just look for it. While the presentation comes online, I am honored to speak in front of the galaxy of scientists. Sir, is the presentation visible?
No, not yet.
Not so far.
Okay.
Please share it properly.
Yeah.
Anil, you have to open the presentation most probably.
Yes. Is it?
Yeah, it is coming now.
Yeah. Let me try whether the
Perfect,
slides are changing. Sometimes the slides, they don't change. So let me try. The slides also should change. So what I was saying, sir, that I'm deeply honored to speak in the presence of galaxy of scientists. I'm representing the CropLife India. CropLife India is an association of research-based companies. And generally, sir, we always consider that we are real stakeholders in our dialogue with the scientists. But we are honored when you consider us as a part of the stakeholders and you invite us for a dialogue. It's a real honor for us. So with that remarks, thank you, Dr. Paroda, Dr. Mahapatra, Dr. Malhotra. I would begin my presentation. There are a few initial slides which are customary. I'm sure the slide has changed and it is visible. I will skip the few first slides because a lot has already been talked that, of course, the herbicides are growing, but the pace is still lower and we are still far behind the globe. And rice is the largest consuming herbicide. So Dr. Paroda, I'm skipping some of the slides on which basically—
Can you please go to slide show mode?
Yeah, I was finding it is difficult to shift the slides.
Yeah,
yes,
now it's
now
okay.
it is possible. Yeah, the importance of weed control has also been stressed. So I can also move further that it harbors insects and pests and diseases. We know all the problems associated. So I will move forward. The economic loss is very huge in millions of US dollars, and whether it in rice or in wheat and several other crops. Then again, this already has been talked of. In the integrated weed management subject, of course, the cultural methods are available. Manual hand weeding is the only alternative which is there with the farmers, currently largely in our large, small and marginal farmers. The mechanical tillage, of course, is used, but the cost of diesel is getting very high and the cost of operations. Biological, Dr. Sushil has just talked about, and the chemical herbicides on the top are the major advantage that is available with the farmers. And of course, on the genetically engineered crops, a topic has already been touched, and our industry is equally aligned, and anything that can be done by our CropLife members in this area, we would welcome to have the interactions with scientists and move forward. Now, talking about the herbicides usage on crop yield, the effect, as we know, that these are again the scientist studies, and most of the scientists are present over here. There is a huge advantage of using herbicides in various crops, and the advantages are too many. Again, I am moving a little faster on these slides. Now, this slide talks about which are the major herbicides that are used, and we just talked about imidazopyr, but the largest consumed is glyphosate, which is more than 2 crore liter. And I'm just using a small connotation that I know that a large number of our known North Indian people are present over here. Whenever there is a largest molecule, that attracts attention. And there is a famous proverb which says, Soni nuoda roop margya. The girl which is very, very smart, it attracts a lot of attention. So glyphosate has attained an attention of the NGOs, and that is how the NGOs they operate, and that is why this has become a target and a subject of discussion. But we can see, Dr. Paroda referred about the toxicity triangles. You can see most of the herbicides, LD is more than 5,000, whether it is oral or dermal. The toxicity triangles are blue or green, and except with an exception of paraquat. The cost of herbicides is really affordable by the farmers. They have no problem in using the herbicides because the cost of the manual weed control is very, very high. Again, it is statistics, so I'm moving forward. In the herbicide usage, that for adequate hand weeding, suppose if we had the only alternative was hand weeding, then approximately 9 billion man days are required. And that's where our major farm labor is getting utilized, and the labor is hardly available. The cost of the labor has really gone up, and that is why the farmers, they want the usage of herbicides. And the cost of herbicide application is approximately 1/3 of the cost of 2 hand weedings. Again, because these are the slides, they're stressing on the utility of herbicides. I'll again move forward. And the farmers, as Dr. Sushil mentioned, about large number of the weeds present, but the farmers, they want some product which can control grasses, sedges, broadleaf, annuals, perennials. That is what their concern is. They don't want to go in for too many applications and one for one weed and one for another weed. They want something which can clean everything, and that is what their need is. I'll stop, take a bit of time over here because glyphosate has been a point which got discussed. My only one submission over here is when TAAS held the last webinar, the recommendations on the PMB and the 27 products, we did not know that is the time this glyphosate draft notification was cooking. But unfortunately, this came after the webinar, and this topic was not adequately covered. So I'll take some time over here. That as far as the farmers are concerned, they are using the product in a pre-plant rice situation. They are using it as a post-emergence in tea, and the post-harvest, after the harvest is done, to clean their fields of the weeds, they use it, or conservation agriculture, which is being promoted by all of us, including the scientists. This is the usage. And as far as the non-agriculture situations are concerned, whether the homes, gardens, highways, border security force, we know that border security force keeps buying materials every year to maintain, to kill the weeds on the border of India and Pakistan. So farmers are preferring the use of this product as a general weed control on non-crop situations, because the farmers, they consider that a pre-plant situation is there is no crop, so it's a non-crop. Post-harvest clearing is a non-crop condition. And sir, there's a bit of most of the people are not even, they have not gone and they have not seen tea. Even the label on the tea is not for spraying glyphosate on the tea crop. It is in between the rows only, because glyphosate is a non-selective herbicide. It cannot be sprayed on the crops. Otherwise, it will kill the crops. There is a lot of scientific work which has been done in the country. And there is a recommendation by the Director of Cotton Development, Government of India, Ministry of Agriculture. There is a paper which has been published that glyphosate can be effectively used in cotton crop. In fact, right below, which is slightly less readable, so I'll read it, that even if glyphosate falls on the stem of the plant, it is not harmful. This is a sentence of the work which has been done. And in various crops, various herbicide usage, glyphosate appears in several other crops. Parthenium, Dr. Sushil Kumar just talked about. And for control of Parthenium, every year the recommendations that do come, and this product is definitely to be used. Only my request is that let us all popularize that control of Parthenium. Once it gets into a flowering and seeding condition, it's not of a greater use. It should be controlled much earlier, and it should be running as a campaign. I think our largest party, which has been in our is in power, there was a very important slogan that was coming around. I think for Parthenium control, we can use a similar slogan that let's make Congress Grass Mukt Bharat. So that can be done. Now, sir, standing for a minute on the way forward, I was deeply encouraged when Dr. A.K. Singh mentioned about that you're going to take, the institute is going to work for label expansion. So, sir, here my request is that if the work on glyphosate is already done and it is there available on cotton, why can't the institute go and take the label expansion? And if the label expansion based on the data is being taken by the institute, then that can be provided to any of the private sector companies, and maybe the government can earn some, the institute can earn some even revenue. This is a point which can be considered by the institute which is holding this data. We will be glad to be participating in that. I will move forward to the next slide. Sir, this is a technology, I'm sure you must have heard about it. SRT is a technology which has been recognized by government of Maharashtra. It is being promoted by them. It is appearing on their website as the innovation. And in that, they had, initially, I must tell you, like any other NGO, first when they approached us, they did talk of they want to go for this SRT technology in an organic manner and not using any chemical. That's the time they had approached us, and we did advise them that if you want to have this technology successful, you must use glyphosate as a pre-plant condition. And after a lot of deliberations, their own experimentation, they have adopted the usage. Now, what is their recommendation? And what they are saying is, our DG sir also talked about the hard pans of the soils. Now, this SRT, I would request if those who don't have, they can look into that website. It says that the soil has become porous after use of this technology, in which glyphosate plays the most important role. The other part which has been mentioned is that that soil was inhabited by earthworms. Now, I just want to say, sir, that when glyphosate came under an attack, there is a paper which was given by the Kerala government. I don't know whether that's research based or what it is. They said when glyphosate is applied, the earthworms are getting killed. We don't know as an industry whether the earthworms of Maharashtra and earthworms of Kerala are different. But this is recognized by the state of Maharashtra. And Maharashtra also as a government, it did write to the center that they do not want any action to be taken. Sir, globally, this product is used by directed application or pre-plant application. So it's not only in India, but it does less manpower consumption, lower carbon dioxide emission, moisture, conservation tillage. When so many properties, they come packaged with one single herbicide. Now, in globally regulatory status, which always becomes a concern, 160 countries, they use this product, and it's expanded in most of the important countries, whether agriculturally important or otherwise. I will take, sir, this has been a point of concern about the IRAC came with a classification that it is a probable carcinogen classified in 2A. But sir, in the same IRAC, they also classify solar radiation, and it is known to be, solar radiation is known to be human carcinogen. So when we are doing, the farmers are doing manual weeding, what are they getting exposed to? Sunlight. And also emission from high frying, which the women, they do at home, or the hairdressers, red meat. There are so many things which are classified, but what caught attention was immediately. And after that, the global review, whether it was by FAO, WHO, it was done after IARC, then European Union approved the product. After that, US EPA has given a lot of data. So I would just add the globally, everybody has concluded that there are no problems with this. I'll also take a bit of time on this, sir. May not be, this is not related to glyphosate, this is not related to, but the general methodology. Let's take a case of Sri Lanka. Sir, what happens that even in our country, NGOs have got their main method of operation. They take out some data. First, they large consumed chemicals or whatever. They pick up some data and they directly go to media. And from the media, they go to social media. From social media, the things go to politicians. From politicians, it comes to bureaucrats. And bureaucrats, they have no other method than to issue some notifications. Ban, restrict. This is what they can do because they have to please the politicians, and the politicians have to please the general masses. And NGOs, they put a lot of pressure. But after the notifications, what happens? It is the industry which comes under pressure. And where would the industry go? The industry comes back to scientists. So that is what is the general methodology which is being adopted. My request, Dr. Paroda, on this neutral platform is that this methodology which is being adopted time and again very successfully by NGOs, this needs to be addressed. We must have a situation where the government must take scientists into confidence, and the NGOs should not be just running to media and create a fear psychosis. And not only that, they also go to courts. Now, let me take an example, sir, 2 minutes on this courts. In Uttar Pradesh, one of the NGOs, it filed a petition in National Green Tribunal in Delhi. Without looking into any details, NGT passed an order. The petition said 7 lakh hectare of area in the district of in the division of Aligarh has become barren because of use of pesticides. Now, NGT, without looking into anything, industry didn't know, we were not the respondents. CPCB was a respondent, and NGT gave an order, and based on that, now CPCB has come up with new guidelines, and large number of MSMEs are facing closure because CPCB has revised their guidelines to control these units. Now, when we did, our association did some research, CCFI got in touch with the people and found out that Aligarh division has got 4 districts, sows 3 major crops, and in last 5 years, the production of those crops has gone up from 24 to 80%. The yield in those crops has come up from 38 to 78%. Now, this data, nobody is looking at it, and NGT is passing an order. So what is this? This whole methodology needs to be broken, sir. Sir, okay, sir, I will take it, move forward. Australia has also, sir, said the same thing, whether it is European food safety or it is US EPA, everybody has said the same thing. Sir, the risk-based assessment and hazard-based are the another topic which I request that we must guide the government that it has to be a risk-based assessment. Sir, a small thing like ICRISET is our institute, which is there in Telangana. Now they are having 1400 hectare area near Patancheru. They were struggling because Telangana government came with a notification that glyphosate cannot be used during the cotton sowing season. So they had to run pillar and post to control the weeds. And Dr. Mahapatra was also mentioning about weed control even in the universities and scientific areas. So ICRISET had to struggle to get this permission from government of Telangana. Sir, in this sentence, only one sentence we want to say, as we know, agrochemical R&D pipeline, the gestation period is increasing, the costs are rising, not too many molecules are there in the pipeline. So we must take care of our existing molecules.
Okay.
It seems there is some problem.
Yeah. I think there is.
Anilji, are you able to listen?
There is some voice problem, maybe connectivity problem.
Yeah, connectivity
problem from Dr. Anil's side.
Yeah, why can't we create a structured situation where any such issue that comes up, it should be referred to a committee of the scientific community, and they should advise the government before any such steps are taken. Sir, I'm encouraged to say one thing, that currently, sir, this corona came, and we all know everybody is struggling with this, but we are finding every day ICMR is on the forefront advising the government. ICMR scientists are there on the national television. So ICMR and ICR are the equivalent bodies. So whenever there are issues of national debate, why can't ICR scientists come forward and in a structured manner dispel the myths which are surrounding, and also the fear psychosis which is being developed, that can be dealt. That also would be my part of the recommendation on behalf of CropLife, sir. So this topic, sir, because we have a pain on this area, so maybe we have spent more time on this, because we build the research, we bring new molecules, and if those molecules are not going to be dealt properly and there are knee-jerk reaction in the country, that leaves an impression on our international community that whether we should be very well progressing in for our India. So with these recommendations on behalf of CropLife, sir, I thank you very much for providing this opportunity. A lot can be done by the stakeholders dialogue like this. Maybe today it is more talked about one topic, but we have several common topics on which we can talk, sir. I request not only TAAS, but all the various institutes which are there, whether IARI or Weed Science Society, please call CropLife for the stakeholder dialogues. A lot can be contributed by us, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for the time.
Thank you very much, Anilji. Thanks for very nice presentation and most important points you have brought forward, which requires immediate attention, and certainly we would love to include these points in our recommendation and dialogues. Kindly unshare your presentation so that I can make a presentation on herbicide regulation and enabling policies. Anilji, again some issue is there. Please unshare.
Are you able to hear, Anilji?
No, probably. Then Shobha, please.
Shobha can control.
Yeah. So thank you very much. Now I would like to make a presentation on herbicide policies and regulations. Yeah. I hope I'm able to make it.
Yeah. The last slide though.
Yeah. We'll try to skip many slides here. This is general slide and I don't want to go on this. If you see the global scenario and herbicide use pattern in world and India, one thing is very clear that herbicide use in India is minimal. Right in the beginning, Dr. Paroda Saab also said, as compared to USA, Argentina, Brazil, and Canada, we are far much behind. And it contributes, herbicides contribute roughly 68% to the total pesticide use at global level, whereas in India, it is only 16% as against 73% use of insecticide and fungicides. In developed countries, large-scale cultivation of herbicide residence crop like soybean, cotton, maize, canola is the major reason for increased use of herbicides there. Then percent consumption, if you study this percent consumption, then as per the recent data of Directorate of Plant Protection Quarantine, if we look on the total consumption in terms of quantity, pattern of herbicides during the last 6-7 years, it declined after 2015. And this is mainly due to use of high potency, lower dose herbicides, but the use of insecticide increased continuously. And this indicates that herbicides are used in less quantum in field crops in comparison to insecticides. Now, if you see the consumption pattern of major herbicides in India, these slides are already shown. I will not deliberate much on this, and I will straight away go to notified herbicides. Here, I'm referring to the notified draft list of proposed ban restricted herbicides from 2020, though the final decision has not yet been taken on the use of these herbicides in India. 2,4-D, atrazine, butachlor, diuron, oxyfluorine, pendimethalin, sulfosulfuron are proposed to be banned, and glyphosate use is to be restricted and allowed by the pesticide handlers. Ban on these herbicides is proposed due to several reasons. I have mentioned some of them, like incomplete bioefficacy data. Since they are banned in many countries, we also thinking in that line. And most importantly, alternative herbicides are available for use in many cases. And there are reports pertaining to their health risk to human and aquatic organism. That's why these decisions are taken. And final decisions on the fate of this herbicide is still pending. Suggestions were asked by the herbicide industries and other stakeholders. Now, if you see the groundwater contamination, the herbicide residue have also been detected in groundwater. This table shows the presence of herbicide residues in water at various levels. The residues of 2,4-D, atrazine, then parasulfuron, and paraquat were detected in varying quantities in runoff water collected from nearby areas. And as you all know, sometimes some parliament questions were also imposed on this. These residues may have adverse effect on aquatic flora and fauna, including fishes and all. Water is also used for multiple purposes in villages, including drinking and for livestock consumption, for fisheries, for birds, and many other living beings that are drinking this water. So utmost care need to be taken with the use of such herbicides that are contamination, that they are prone to contamination, contaminating the water bodies. And therefore, while taking regulatory decisions, these facts also need to be considered. The issue of herbicide regulations and enabling policies as other classes of pesticides, herbicides are also regulated by the Insecticide Act of 1968 and the Insecticide Rule of 1971 in India. Lot of changes have taken place in agriculture, including formulations and application of herbicides after Green Revolution. Hence, it was felt necessary to amend the old acts and regulations related to pesticide use. Several amendments and suggestions on regulations and policies are being proposed in the new Pesticide Management Bill 2020, and it is tabled for discussion in the Parliament. Similarly, like other class of pesticides or chemicals, herbicides use is also irregular and indiscriminate due to the most obvious reason of its effectiveness in control of weeds in diversified weed situation in different crops. And secondly, due to paucity of labor. This is probably very, very important reason in many parts of the country. Use of herbicides is continuously increasing. This has not only encouraged the use of herbicides in various crops, but also put scope for production and sale of spurious or substandard materials in Indian market, and that needs to be regulated with strict and stringent tools and manners. Some inert ingredients used for making herbicide formulation and breakdown products of herbicides, they have toxic for human beings, as well as they are prone for contamination to groundwater, therefore need to be taken utmost care for regulating and should also be assessed, and the toxicological data need to be provided before taking any decision in the registration process. The other important points for policy regulations, very, very important points, that herbicide should be sold through trained professionals. This is very, very important point, and they should have some educational background, degree or diploma or skill, knowledge, training or something in herbicide handling or use of herbicide in different crops or different weeds and safety issues. Also, to keep check on spurious or substandard herbicides, accredited labs should be established at zonal level with sophisticated facility and the qualified professional. Particularly the laboratories and the infrastructure need to be developed for such laboratories in proper manner. All herbicide screening trials should be based on detailed research and development work, and all bioefficacy data and residue data, including effects of non-targeted organisms, especially fishes and other aquatic organisms, and soil microbes should also be understood and undertaken properly. As Anil was telling, not simply one thing is effective in one place, in other place the same logic is applied and it is banned somewhere else. It should not be like that. And therefore, the ICR institutions, whether it's IRI or DWR, they need to be taken into cognizance, or ICR, SMD, the NRM or crop science, whatever SMD, they should be taken into account and their views need to be taken into consideration while making any regulation or policies in this. And these are nodal agencies in weed research management in India. Hence, all policy making decisions related to herbicide registration or recommendation or restriction or putting ban or any other issues related with these weeds and herbicides, the institutes means research institutions should be included in all the national decisions making committees and agencies. There is a need for capacity building, which is quickly required for safe use of herbicides, not only for farmers, but for the dealers, the stockholders, the scientists, and other stakeholders who are working in this field. Weed science and herbicide safety issue should be included in the curriculum at graduate level and postgraduate level. Advanced studies should be in postgraduate level. As many herbicides are being replaced and introduced frequently, so before passing on recommendation in package of practices of the states, it should be consulted with the ICR system or AICRP centers or state agriculture universities, including our deemed universities. In herbicide regulations, during registration or related data on phytotoxic effect on crops, if any, development of resistance in weeds, residues in water, agricultural commodities, leaching down to the groundwater, etc. This needs to be submitted to the registration committees. This is the routine process for other regulatory mechanisms like fertilizer control order or pesticide act. So this kind, similar type of regulations and registration process need to be made compulsory. As weeds have developed herbicide resistance to more than 23 modes of action groups of herbicides, there is need for intensifying research on design and discovery of new herbicides with new or multiple modes of action for effective weed management and delay in the resistance process in weeds. Maybe it looks a very difficult task, but this is essential. In order to have accurate and acceptable results, data for new herbicide molecules should be generated through accredited government institutions and laboratories, or some mechanism needs to be developed for this. So again, we can accredit some more laboratories other than the governmental laboratories. And then harmonization of MRL standards for herbicide across the globe for easy trade, so that many global molecules can find out the ease of doing business here in this country. So in conclusion, as presently most of the new molecules of herbicides are developed by MNCs in developed countries and later evaluated, registered, and commercialized in India for use, there is a need to develop herbicide and related equipment, machineries indigenously to realize the goal of Atmanirbhar Bharat. More emphasis needs to be given on refinement or upgradation of indigenous technologies for weed management. Similarly, policy for introducing new products should be linked to new mode of action instead of new molecules or new formulations. Use of combination of herbicides and herbicide rotation should be promoted to avoid buildup of herbicide residue in the soil and development of herbicide resistance in wheat. Promotion of environmental friendly, low risk herbicides with high LD50 values should be encouraged. Similarly, focus should be given on safe and sustainable herbicide application technologies using proper nozzle specified for herbicides, sparing and avoiding use of power jet nozzles to avoid wastage of herbicides and drift problem, so that community is safe. Priority should be given for quick registration of herbicides having alternate or new or multiple modes of action. And also the ICR institutions needs to be consulted for all kinds of regulatory impositions or actions in this regard, or implementing any ban on herbicides used in India. So these are the few points I wanted to ponder upon, and these are most important points, and we can discuss these things so that some concrete recommendations we can make and put in the write-up which we'll prepare after this dialogue. So thank you very much to each one of you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Chaudhary. At this stage, I must come in because you have made a very comprehensive and excellent presentation on various aspects that are critical for both regulatory as well as biosafety related issues and promotion of herbicides through strengthening of research for development in India. And you again very rightly indicated that we are depending mostly on herbicide molecules from abroad and therefore building our own capacity, which was also the issue flagged during our earlier consultation on insecticides, would require again strengthening of institutions. And fortunately, we have an Institute for Weed Research established by the Council, and many other universities and ICR institutions are working. We need to have effective public-private partnership for moving ahead in this area to have safer and maybe your emphasis on rotation of herbicides and generating data, capacity building are all very important aspects which need to be further re-emphasized, and we must try to have a strategy as to how do we move forward in that regard. So with this, maybe now we move to the next part of our technical program, that is on the panel discussion, and we are very happy that Dr. ML Jat from CEMET has agreed to act as moderator for this session, and we have very eminent panelists, as well as we hope to have input from some other participants who are very senior and experienced in this field. So I now would like to, I hope ML is
yes, he's
there.
there.
I didn't see him before. He
He's
must
there.
have joined us. So ML, go ahead, and now floor is yours to manage this session in time, and I hope we will have good input during this session.
Dr. ML, before you take up, I would like to inform you that Dr. Suresh Malhotra has got some urgent call from his secretary, and he will be joining after some time. So you can start from Dr. Sidhu.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Not sure, I haven't seen Dr. Sidhu. So, Dr. Sidhu, are you there?
Dr. Sidhu was there.
Dr. B.S. Sidhu?
No, I haven't seen him. He's not there.
Okay, so anyway, we can start. So thank you so much, sir, for this opportunity, and had some round of discussions with all the eminent panelists. We got 9 panelists, but if there is some dropout, then still we have large number of panelists, and then we have some special invitees for their brief remarks and suggestions. So we put 3 categories of the panelists, like policy and regulatory mechanism perspective, and then research, knowledge gap and scaling perspective, and then of course the industry perspective. So it's a good balance of the panelists.
Problem is so much.
So
you have to unmute yourself. ML.
No, I'm unmuted, sir.
whom you have
okay.
called.
Okay, then please go ahead. Maybe there was some problem.
Yeah, so I will start with Dr. Samundar Singh then.
Yeah.
So, Dr. I got two very focused.
Dr. Malhotra is back, sir. Dr. Malhotra is back. So maybe
Good. We can start with him. Yeah.
We can start with Dr. Malhotra then to begin.
Okay, sir. Well, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
The human safety instructions and weed resistance in India with the global scenario.
Yeah, I could not hear the question. Will you please repeat again?
Okay, Dr. Malhotra ji, you're back. So thank you so much. I will start from you then. So
okay.
First, the question is, what are the government of India's plans and strategies for safe and effective invasive weed management in Indian agriculture? That's the first question.
Okay. Well, the question which you have put before me, just I would like to respond very quickly because I know there is a shortage of time and so many panelists are already available with us. So here the basic objective is that there should be a safe use of the herbicides. So if we need to have a safe use of herbicides, then stewardship and awareness that is required to be created to the farmers. And here these all pesticide manufacturing companies, they are already taking care of this aspect. So this is one of the aspects where we need to bring the awareness. So there are 35 central integrated pest management centers. They guide the farmers for safe and sustainable use of the herbicides, and they make them aware about the all aspects. And the second point, which relates to the quality of the herbicides, for that purpose, these spurious and adulterated chemicals mostly are also available. So here government efforts are that we need to test them, and safe pesticides are made available to the farmers. So from that point of view, a kind of set system is available in the country where licenses are given by the states to the manufacturer, and accordingly samples are also taken by the states, but sometimes sudden checking is also done by center. And recently we have done such kind of sampling. Suddenly it was done, and here a kind of good message has gone among us, the dealers and all other people. So here the major emphasis is that here we need to check these spurious and adulterated chemicals. That's why now QR code has been made compulsory, and the pilot testing which has been done, that has been very much successful, that each and every container that will contain a kind of QR code. Through that QR code, farmer will easily come to know that whether the product is genuine or not. Then again, mechanical devices are also now being promoted. So Government of India has already started one program which we call it use of machinery in agriculture. So through this program, custom hiring centers are now being promoted, because there are several from low cost to high cost machineries are available. For low cost, there is no problem, but for the high cost one, some efficient systems are available, and farmers, small and marginal farmers, they are unable to purchase them. So they take benefit of that scheme, which we call it custom hiring centers, machinery banks. Those are now being several places that has been done. Then another point relates to the smart tools, because here artificial system is needed.
I have a follow-up question. I have a follow-up question on what really reforms, because from the policy perspective, what reforms are needed for herbicide regulatory mechanism and farmers reach to the new molecules quickly. They are to the farmers. So I think that we would like to hear.
Well. You're right. You're right. So if we just look at the data which is available with us so far, 62 molecules which are solo formulations which are available in the country, those have been registered, and then 95 formulations have been registered. Here we have 35 combinations are also available for weed control, for chemical weed control, I should say. But here the main point which I would like to mention, that a separate category has been made here, where the new molecules will be addressed. And if any of the manufacturer, if he comes with the dossier and he says that yes, this is the new molecule which I want to manufacture in India. That will be done on a very fast track. This is one point which we have made. Another thing, the application procedure has been improved here, and our application procedure is online system where industry will submit their proposals online, and online scrutiny will be done, and then the comments will be passed on to the industry, because our experts, they analyze them on the 5 parameters. One is bioefficacy, chemistry, then toxicity, from the legal angle, from the packaging, etc. Those are analyzed at a very faster rate. So this is one point where we want to promote Make in India. Another thing is Atmanirbhar Bharat. We are also promoting from that point of view. This export is also now promoted. So we have made a star category. Within 5 days, if anybody applies, we allow them for exporting particular formulation. So this is because this pesticide sector has been identified as a champion sector. So that's why we have taken this decision. And 14 new molecules have been identified, and 14 new molecules files are lying pending with us. And those pendings have been, since long those were lying pending, but now those have been screened. Examination has been done on a very fast track, and industry has been passed on with the comments to respond to us immediately. And we are keen to now register the new molecules, because new chemistries are really we need, because in the past we have banned few of the pesticides also in the year 2018, where few of the very old molecules for which alternatives were available. So safe chemistries are now available with us. So considering the availability of the safe chemistries, these new molecules are now being promoted, because what's happening that India takes benefit of the new molecules at a very later stage. We want that benefit should be accrued by the farmers at the very early.
Exactly, sir. That's
that point in mind.
I think that's the key point. That's the crux.
One more. Yeah, okay. I'll quickly finish it because I want to give some messages. I think those are required to be passed on to our research sector, to our development sector, as well as to the industry. There are about 11 herbicides and 18 crops where off-label claim is happening. So my request is to our ICR research institutions that they should conduct trials, that why these off-label claim is happening. So because those have not been allowed, because we don't have data available with us. So I request ICR, if ICR develop the data, we will consider them. And if those are found safe, we will extend the label claim for those products. I'll just give an example: butachlor, amaranthus, oxyfluorophene, beans and cowpeas. These all are the off-label claim. Pendimethalin, cabbage, cauliflower, atrazine, brinjal, coriander. So this is just one example I am telling. Another is waiting period for some of crops has not been defined. I request our research institutions in the Indian Council of Agriculture Research that waiting period basic informations are required to be generated for some crops, so for some molecules also. Last one is safer solvents, because now Stockholm Convention has taken place and their recommendations are that there are several solvents which are very much harmful. So those solvents are required to be now I should taken back, and safer solvents are required to be replaced with the new one, so that safer products are made available to the farmers and also in the country, I should say, which are beneficial for them. So these are the factors we just
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you,
so
sir.
much.
Thank you, sir. And I think there'll be some questions from the participants and at later stage. So maybe we can have further. But I think the points are very clear, and particularly the regulatory mechanism, and then moving forward with fast track recommendations. Those are the important points. Thank you so much. Now we are moving to the research, and to start with Dr. Samunder Singh. So Dr. What is the current state of herbicide usage and environmental and human safety instructions, and also the weed resistance in India vis-a-vis global scenario? That's one. The second one is the time lag between the new and nano herbicide molecule development and their reach to the farmers. no, and how much economic and environmental impact they do have every year. So please be brief in 5 minutes, please.
Sir, please unmute yourself. We are not able to hear you. Dr. Samundar Singh, please unmute yourself.
I'm unmuting that. Thank you.
Yeah.
I thought somebody else will do that. Okay. So there are, so many weed species which are competing with the crops, and the data has been given by DWR as well about the losses caused by weeds. So it's a huge amount, and almost you can say 18% is lost because of the weeds there. So if we talk about the individual weeds, Phalaris minor alone can cause loss of 3,700 crores, and that too in Punjab and Haryana. We have a Parthenium which is growing throughout the country, and that is estimated as 1,600 crore because this is also non-crop. And if you look at the top here, after 35 days you cannot see even the crop of cotton here because there's so much weed pressure, and we need a herbicide for that situation. And if we ban pendimethalin, we won't have anything so far for cotton. So when we talk about herbicide resistant weeds worldwide, on the website this is 515 unique cases, and unique cases is that if one weed is resistant to more than one herbicide, they are counted 2 or 3 times. So worldwide we says 515. But if you look at the case of India, we have 525 in total in the world. So 265 species in total, 154 dicots is more in broadleaf weeds than grassy weeds. And resistance is a universal phenomena because 1 in a million seed is already tolerant to herbicide. So this will evolve if you use herbicide continuously. So it's nothing new. But the main point is that there are 26 site of action of herbicides, and out of that we have got resistance to 23 of them, and no new mode of actions are discovered. So it's a long shot. So let's see what happens in future. If you look at herbicide resistant weeds by site of actions, so we got resistance to most of the herbicides in different classes. When we look at the total quantity of herbicide use, we are very, very low. It's only 6,300 tons in case of India, and this is FAO data from 2018. If you look at US, it's huge. Even there are so many small countries which has more herbicide use than in India. So we are still in a stage of nascent in case of weed science, because this was only in the last 75 years, whereas entomology and pathology were well established, and we couldn't make good progress even after development of our NRC weed science because of several reasons. Hope this will take some stimulus now, and we are thankful that we have a new director, regular director of NRC in Jabalpur. So we have to increase our use of herbicides, and 2020 is called the year of herbicide because of Corona, because of labor shortage, and the job done by weeds is not being done by manual weeding. Okay, so we know that herbicide use is increased by 12%, but there are other segments which also go along with that. And these are microbes, surfactants, biopesticides, and safeners. And if you see that, microbials and biopesticides are increasing at the rate of 14 to 15% annually, whereas in case of surfactants is 6%, and same is almost for safeners. So it's not herbicide alone, but your adjuvants, safeners are also required for that. And I'm happy that the rate of increase is good here for these ones. So the major challenges we have in case of North India is in case of wheat, and in Central India we have some problem coming up in case of soybean. So if you look at the total number of resistant weeds in case of India, we have Phalaris minor, the first weed which got resistance in 1992 to isoprotron. Then it was followed by dichlormethyl, then phenoxyprop, clodinafop, sulfosulfuron, phenoxidine, mesoplus iodosulfuron, Then we have, no herbicide left now, which is effective against Polaris mite in case of North India, and particularly Haryana. There may be some effect of one herbicide on one biotype and different on other one. But in general, all the registered herbicides have evolved resistance. We have been talking to ICR, Government of Haryana, Government of India, Plant Protection Quarantine, Commissioner of Agriculture. Nobody took this seriously.
I would request you to please touch base. The second part of the question was the time lag between the new herbicide molecule development and its reach to the farmers.
The only new herbicide which was recommended by us was pyroxasulfone. It has failed us this year. So there's nothing new in the market. And if you want to, go for the old chemistry, maybe we can recommend it on ad hoc basis without going for, a long trial.
No. My question is different.
Yes.
In the current system, what is the time lag between the new herbicide molecule development at the industry and it?
I'll come to that, sir.
How many years
how many
takes?
resistant weeds we have.
No.
Let me finish with the number of resistant weeds we have in case of wheat and
we have to respect.
Okay, I'll skip that. Okay. So it takes 8 to 10 years to develop a molecule.
Yeah, that's what we wanted to know.
Okay.
And
then after 8 years,
this goes back to Dr. Malhotra ji, that how can we reduce this time lag from 8 years to 4 years? That's what we want to have the regulatory mechanism.
Dr. Jha, none of the herbicides are developed by country like India. So we have no control over that. We get our molecules from outside.
Yeah, wherever we get.
Yes.
Anyway, that's one of the concerns.
So once it comes to us, it takes at least 3 to 5 years. Because in my university, we have now cut down the testing period from 3 to 2 years.
Okay.
So in the third year, we can go to farmer's field. We can do the trials in 2 years to evaluate its bioefficacy. And we can submit the report in 3 years. And then it's up to Dr. Malhotra how long their department takes it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Thank you so much. I think that's the kind of information we wanted to have. Let's now we are moving to the industry.
Yes, but before I finish, in case of emergency, when there is no herbicide available for weed management of Polaris in wheat in India, we can have ad hoc recommendations. Dr. Malik, when he was at the helm of affairs in 90s, he got it recommended, at a short notice. So we have some old chemistries.
Patent expiry or later on? Should I respond to that patent expiry question somebody was asking?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. In fact, what's happening here, new molecules, I think there is not even a single example where new innovations have happened in India. All new molecules have been developed in some other countries, not in India.
Yep.
So we are the reusers, we can say. That whenever such molecules are introduced, then first of all, the benefit goes to the countries where they have invented. But here it goes in a very later stage because in our country, we don't have a mechanism for data protection. And companies, they have a fear that once we register the product in your country, definitely some kind of stealing of the data will be there. And then again, a repeat registration, we call them Me Too registration. So that registration happens in India and then there is no honor of some patents and all other things. But anyway, these all things are in discussion.
Thank you.
Kind of,
thank you, Dr. Thank you, both of you. I think the point what you, Dr. Samundar Singh ji and Dr. Malhotra ji have raised, we start that point from the industry's perspective and let's hear from them. So I'm going, straight to Dr. Arbir Singh Rathi. We are not able to manage in 5 minutes each panelist. So
okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you so much. So
nothing about nano herbicides. You don't want to talk about that?
I think we will see if we have.
We'll skip that.
Second round.
Okay.
Otherwise, please share your presentation. I think that is very important, and we'll get something out of that because It's already 10 minutes, Dr. So we have to manage.
There's one submission. There are some old chemistries and a mixture of 3 herbicides is working well. So if Dr. Malhotra can use or his powers for ad hoc recommendation, it will be a big relief to the farmers in case of wheat. Otherwise,
That's a good point. That's a good point, Dr. I think we'll request Dr. Malhotra ji to consider this. So Rathi Sab, we were talking about the recommendation and regulatory mechanisms and all those things and industry's perspective. So what changes in herbicide use recommendations and regulatory system can have a win-win for the government, for the farmers and the industry? That's the first part of the question. The second one is then what business models can help farmers for e.g. and early access to the effective weed management practices, and how private sector can help educated youth in creating those business models. So two part of the questions.
Thanks, Dr. Amal, and first of all, thanks to Ministry of Agriculture, ICR, and TAAS for organizing this important webinar. I think it's very apt, and thanks for providing an opportunity to speak for a few minutes. I think a lot has been said, and I won't go in the repetition, but I would like to make few comments which I think are important to reiterate after listening the experts, the stalwarts who has worked in the arena of policy making, regulatory researchers, and academia. If you look at today, the ambitious target which has been set by Government of India to have the 5 trillion economy by 2024, and the share of agriculture comes around to make it or contribute at least 1 trillion to that 5 trillion economy overall. And I think to make that, the first point, we all know that, how important the role of agriculture is. We know that there are, challenges, there are problems in front of everyone, including industry. And we also aware that Government of India has taken a lot of, policy decisions, regulatory decisions in terms of providing, more services, products, and solutions to the farmers in a much more coordinated manner. So among several challenges, just to keep the sanctity of the title of the seminar, my comments will focus around the weed management and the herbicides usage and how it can contribute. And as Dr. Samandar Singh mentioned that this year is the year of herbicide because of reverse migration of the laborers, and it all started during the onset of the Kharif season. And I completely agree with Dr. Rajendra Prodha because I did spend some time on my farm also, and how difficult it is to manage the weeds, especially in the Kharif season. And if you look at the pattern of or the pesticide usage pattern in India, it's majorly dominated by insecticides, followed by fungicides, and herbicides come last. But that's also a reality that in the last several years, farmer has equally realized that the weeds are silently arresting the yields. Insect you can see eating his crop and immediately go to the market, bring a spray, a bottle of chemicals, spray and then kill it. But weeds, if you look at, they have realized that how important it is also to manage the weed control. So here is a few of direct suggestions. I think on the regulatory overall improvement, I think a lot has been talked about, and also in the previous similar webinar which has been done. So I think there is an urgent need to revisit that what needs to be done to protect and integrate and rotate the existing herbicides available. Plus how quickly we can take advantage of introducing new herbicides, keeping in view that the labor shortage is going to be a reality, and government is also trying to put more labor into the other sectors where the efficiency is there, and that's where the weed for weed management, the herbicide can play a crucial role, although keeping in mind the integrated weed management, including the mechanical and other options are there. The other point, I think, which has been touched upon by other people, but I would like to emphasize that need to expand the label claim of existing herbicides to either in a crop grouping, like in a group of vegetables like solanaceous together, which will be more efficient and data can be generated efficiently. And also extending label claim to the high value crops like spices, plantation crops where the farmers are still using it. So I think it will be more beneficial if that can be extended. The other important is that how we can move from the traditional way of pesticide herbicide applications, like it's either backpack or knapsack spray is being used, but we have seen in the marketplace that it's being nowadays tractor mounted sprayers are being used. I've seen vegetable farmers using drip irrigation, tractor mounted boom sprays, and some farmers as experimental stage say they're using the drones also. So how we can move from just traditionally one or two options that more options of alternate method of application, which can bring in precision, which can bring in efficiency, which can also reduce the exposure, to the person who is spraying it. So it has a multiple benefit if we introduce and allow the usage of the other means of application of herbicides. The other thing is that how soon we can provide combination or alternate or more mode of action of herbicides together. It will help in the weed resistance management, and also I think rightly said by I think one of the speakers that you cannot go for 10 herbicides for 10 different kind of weed management, because they come in ecosystem, so that's also another aspect which should look upon. The other thing, I think herbicide tolerant technology, everyone knows about it, that globally it's being adopted, areas being growing. And the concern which has been raised, I can use the example of BT cotton, although it took 5 to 6 years to introduce, but until now there is no scientifically documented harmful effect which has been observed over here. So I think picking up from there is a huge opportunity that how these technologies can be extended to either cotton or other wide row crops, especially in oilseed crops, which Dr. A.K. Singh has mentioned that the work has been initiated. I think these are fantastic move, but the thing lies in that how predictable system we can put in place.
That is the second part of the question.
I'm coming to that, Daxon. I think on the business model side, once these things are available, there are entrepreneurs, and Government of India is promoting the startups, where the young generation and youth, especially the agriculture graduates, can have the the service centers, like Bayer has initiated. I think more than 100 Better Life Initiative, centers where farmer can come and access to the better quality seeds, plant protection solutions, financial services, irrigation, fertilizers, and one of the things is there which requires the capacity building, the training of the right usage, where the misuse may not happen, and also it goes to the safe use part of it. So in conclusion, just with the permission of Dr. Paroda, if I can use this favorite topic, and this all is possible through working hand in hand in a mission mode public-private partnership, because farmer today is under stress with a lot of things, climate change, non-availability, lack of information, and collectively, I think if we are, I've seen that 117 participants were there, but here we have 99 participants. If you look at, we have the thousands of years of an experience together. So how we can build up that public-private partnership to reduce the time reaching the farmer, helping him to provide the right solution what he needs. So thank you so much, Dr. Amal.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you so much. And I think that's, the public-private partnership is something very, very important if we talk about creating those business models and enabling environments for the youth to bring those in. Moving forward with Dr. Bhaskar, I hope Dr. Bhaskar ji is there. A mention was made by Honorable DG ICR also about organic agriculture, and we government is talking about natural farming, and they are being advocated. So, what weed management strategies India should develop under these new farming practices, especially the organic agriculture and the natural farming? That's first part of the question, and the second part is what's India's foresight on climate change vis-a-vis weed menace and their management strategies for the future, because we know that climate change is happening, and with more those changes, weeds may dominate, and so do we have some foresight on that, and what should be our strategy? So those are the the two interventions we would like to have from you.
Bhaskar? Amal, you called Bhaskar, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, he will be joining shortly. Some audio problem is there. You can call next panelist.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Next, I go again to the industry, and we know that there are a lot of problems of sages in among the weeds, and so we have Mr. R.G. Agrawal from Dhanuka, and been doing some work on the sages, management of the sages and new herbicide molecules. So Agrawal sir, we know that sages are difficult and they cause large yield losses. Are there any new molecules which effectively control those sages, not only in one crop but in a range of crops, so multiple crops, and in a sequence, so there is no residual effects of those molecules in the succeeding crop? What are your thoughts on this?
Dr. Jack, thank you very much. And good evening to all galaxy of scientists. Thanks for this opportunity. Sages, all scientists know, especially Cypress rotundans is a very, very serious problem. When farmers were doing manual weeding, it was regerminating within a week. And farmers in Desi language, they call Ravan ka sar. Jitna kato, utna aur nikal aata hai. We introduced a new herbicide from Japan, Nissan Chemical, known as Sempra, which is at present label claim is on 3 crops. First is sugarcane. Farmer has to spend 1,500 rupees per acre, but he get more than 15,000 rupees benefit by increasing his yield. And some farmers even has got 30,000 rupees extra yield. And already discussed how much loss is due to weeds, so I don't want to repeat. Similarly in maize. And third crop is, we have taken label claim on bottle gourd, and the product is tried on Cypress rotundans on many crops. But we have not got the label claim. As Dr. Malhotra and other people were talking, why not our university and scientists can help in taking the label claim of the crops? So Cypress rotundans, we have very good crop. Dr. Paroda was talking for pulses. So for pulses, we have got a very good weedicide again from Japan, Targa Super, giving fantastic result on all pulses crop to control grassy weeds. So similarly, we have number of products which we are working through our 6 Japanese companies. Dr. Malhotra himself said we don't have any data protection in our country, and that is one of the reasons that new molecules are not coming. If really we have to look for the interest of the nation and the country, then science is to be dealt with science, not with sentiments. And I will request scientific community that what should be the policy. As Dr. Malhotra was talking, he himself said data protection is not there. Then the huge investment, and Dr. Rajveer Rathi and other people can confirm from industry, today it is taking 10 to 12 years time in research of a molecule and more than 2,000 rupees cost. For our country registration also, while at say 1 year and maximum 6 months they can extend, it is taking at present 5 to 7 years time. In this situation, what industry can do? I will be thankful for the scientific community if they can recommend government that policy should be based on science, not any sentiments or any NGO or activist group. They are not the people who are going to run our country. Our country is to be managed, especially agriculture, by the scientific community, not anyone else. So my humble submission that for your question I have answered, and in case
thank you, Dr. I think your point is very strong. The policy should be based on science, not based on sentiments, and that's the key message. So thank you so much, sir. If time permits, we can have next round, but let's touch base. All the panelists. I see Dr. Bhaskar ji, in back. So Dr. I got a set of two questions, and those are important one from the perspective and the portfolio you are leading. The first one is government of India is advocating organic agriculture, natural farming, and so what weed management strategies has been developed or are being developed for those systems. That's one. And the second one, and given the scenario of labor, because we have challenge of the labor also for manual weeding, which was highlighted earlier also. And the second one is, we know that the climate change is happening and will be more problematic in future, and weeds favor, or climate change favors the weeds. So what's our foresight on the climate change vis-a-vis weed menace and their management strategies in India? So those are the two specific questions from you, sir.
Dr. Judge, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to be a panelist. First, let me throw some light on climate change. Of course, climate change is a big thing we are worried about because it is bringing a lot of weed shift, and it's also going to change the weed dynamics. And we need to understand the physiological and other mechanisms of crop weed competition as well as dominance of the weeds in the coming years. So therefore, we are in the last RAC and under NICRA program also, we would like to initiate an R&D on this. We want to have a predictions of weeds, what kind of weed species are that are going to be observed in the coming years. That is most of the important things. Of course, we have already given a task to DWR and some of the centers, strategic centers in South too, and some of the vendors to come out with some R&D proposals. So accordingly, we are going to implement that. So that is one point. And if you see that the herbicide resistance is also growing, many people have talked about, we don't know the fate of the chemicals which are entering into the new chemicals under the climate change scenario. So we need to have some kind of predictions for that also. So that, in my opinion, the herbicide resistance research and herbicide tolerance mechanism either through GM route or through non-GM route, and the new species, it should go together. Otherwise, there is a lagging behind between one another. By the time the herbicide tolerant crops is produced, that weedicide may be disappearing from the, it might have developed a resistance or it may disappear from the market itself. That is the kind of understanding we are having in the climate change, that we are going in that direction. So coming to your pertinent questions, slowly, gradually, ultimately, we may have to move towards the organic agriculture and natural farming, looking at the so many issues which are going on in the country, whether it is the chemical, reducing the chemical footprint in agriculture, or the awareness which is growing on not only in urban population, but also in rural areas. They're asking for the quality foods now. The farmer is producing natural farming for his house consumption, and he is producing organic farming for the export, and he is producing chemical farming for the bulk markets of the urban metros. This is the kind of thinking which is going on in the farmers and the upcoming youth farmers also. So therefore, the major emphasis under organic agriculture should be given on the energy efficient and cost effective weeding tools and implements, and the biological weed control. Of course, we know the limitations of biological weed control. And when you think of the mechanical weed management also is coming up, under organic agriculture it is permitted, but not the herbicide tolerant crops. So when mechanical weed management is taught, and it is going to come up in large areas, then we have to give a lot of emphasis on development of sensor-based weeding tools. And spraying equipment is very, of course, spraying equipment should not be there in the organic agriculture. At least sensor-based weeding tools should be there. So it should identify the crop and the weed, and it should remove the weeds selectively. That kind of sensor-based weeding tools are also, we have seen on so many WhatsApp messages, but it's a maybe dream or reality we have to see. And of course, Then coming to the conservation agriculture, of course, whether it fits into the organic agriculture or not, but Honorable DG Mahapatraji and Dr. Parodaji also emphasize that the residue which is going to be left on the soil surface in the conservation agriculture may help in reducing the weed control. That is true, but we don't know the soil weed seed bank, how it's going to develop after in the long-term conservation agriculture. That should be given a lot of importance. Then, of course, if you ask me, the capacity building, particularly not only with respect to the sale of herbicides, or we have to have capacity building among the farming community also, because the weed science is going to be much and much complicated. If you look at the number of theses produced in the universities, even including IRA, if you go to division of IRA, 50% of these are produced on the weed control, but weeds are not controlled. It's because weeds are like Raktabijasuras. If you're going to solve one weed, and second weed is going to come up into the...
No, that's something, I think, I mean, the point is well taken, sir, on the capacity development, but I think you have touched base both the, important issues, and you have emphasized that there need to be, a bit more research on those particular aspects, So I think that should go to the recommendations. And I'm requesting all the panelists, that please, whatever you shared, please send those bullets or presentation to us, so that we can make good use of your your recommendations in the proceedings and the recommendations. So thank you so much. Let's moving to the next one. Dr. A.R. Sharma ji, a long experience on the weed management, and so sir, we haven't discussed, I mean, piecemeal we discussed a bit, but what are the potential integrated weed management practices, and how much those can substitute the chemical molecules? That's one. And the second one is, what are the new approaches for weed management? For example, a mention was made, by Rathiji, I think, the drones and things like that, but digital agriculture or artificial intelligence, and and of course herbicide tolerant crops were discussed a bit by Dr. Samundar Singh and others. But so those are the two specific questions to you.
Thank you, Dr. Anuja. I hope you are able to listen to me.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'll restrict myself to only the two issues that you have given to me. As it has been mentioned since the afternoon, that the weed management is a very important issue with the farmer, as it consumes something like 1/3 of the total cost of cultivation. And in my opinion, the weed management in the present context is more important than even the nutrient management or water management. And therefore, wherever we go, people ask about weed management. And when we talk about weed management, I think there are two types of strategies that we recommend. One is the preventive method, and the other is the curative or control method. I think we give a lot of emphasis to curative or control methods, but very often we ignore the preventive measures. But the preventive measures are as important or even more important than the control measures. I think if we take care of some of these preventive measures, then I think half of the problem is virtually solved. In these times we say 1 year seeding is 10 years seeding. And therefore, I think all efforts must be made to prevent the weed plants from flowering and taking seeds, and thereby minimizing the weed seed bank. When we talk about the control measures, we talk about cultural, mechanical, biological, and chemical control measures. Of late, I think the trend is more towards the use of chemicals, and the old traditional methods of weed control, like cultural, mechanical, are being ignored. I think they are overlooked. But in my opinion, mechanical methods of weed control must be complemented with chemical methods of weed control. And nowadays, I think power-driven implements, whether through tractor or through diesel or some such implements in which the power can be used, they are required to be developed, and many of them are available, but then they need to be popularized. I think think in terms of biological weed control, we have not moved much. We have been hearing for the last 3-4 decades some of the bioherbicides, but in my opinion, not much is going to happen in the near future. Only, I think, some examples are there of the allelopathic effects of the weed. Allelopathic effects of some crops on the weed. I think that they need to be exploited to the extent possible. So as far as this chemical weed control is concerned, I think it is indispensable. Without chemicals, we cannot do modern agriculture. But the point is that these chemicals must be used in a rational manner by following the principle of 4 R's. And if all those things are followed, I think the chemicals do much good than the negligible harm. In my opinion, the application technology of the herbicides is very poorly understood. People apply herbicide just as if they are applying fertilizer or irrigation or any other pesticide. I think herbicide application requires technical expertise and a very properly calibrated spraying equipment, proper type of nozzle pressure. I think there is a need to create awareness in that regard. I would also like to suggest that there is required to be some modification in other agronomic practices as far as weed control is concerned. For example, I think if we do weed control and then apply fertilizer through broadcasting, I think that is not going to help. So therefore, the fertilizer, water, especially through alternate irrigation or drip irrigation, it has to be applied close to the plant so that it is available more to the crop than to the weed. So these are, I think, the integrated weed management with these solutions, and all practices must be applied in an integrated manner to ensure a complete weed control and have less herbicide load in the environment. So as far as new approaches in weed management are concerned, I think for the last 1 decade or so, several new molecules, low dose, high potency, non-residual, post-emergent herbicides have become available in many crops like rice or wheat or soybean or even in maize and sugarcane. I think more such chemicals are needed. Nano herbicides are being planned. I hope they become a reality in the near future. But I also agree that in India, I think only 60 molecules are registered. But whereas in a country like Pakistan, they say something like 500 molecules of herbicides are registered. So I think we need to liberalize our norms and register more molecules which are effective in many crops. For example, in case of pulses, I think a point was made. So in Bundelkhand region, where I am working at present, I think chickpea is a very important crop. Lentil is a very important crop. But then a lot of weed infestation, particularly of the broad-leaf species. And unfortunately, we don't have any solution for that. I think herbicides are needed for controlling broad-leaf weeds in broad-leaf crops like pulses. Conservation agriculture, I think I have done a lot of work on this, and I am of the firm opinion that conservation agriculture is a means of weed control. I think previously we were talking tillage as a means of weed control, but no, the experiences over the last 20-30 years has conclusively proved that if you follow conservation agriculture with all the related principles, along with other suitable modifications in the economic practices, including integrated weed management, then over a period of time, weed problem becomes much less. Now, some new methods, non-chemical methods of weed control are also being worked out. Unfortunately, we are not doing much in our country, but practices like planing or solar energy-based microwave generating devices for weed control are being worked out. I think there has not been much coverage in other countries also, but these are the technologies which are being talked about for future. So artificial intelligence, I think lot of scope for weed management. I think these weed seekers or unmanned aerial systems like drones are available, which can map the weed population, and accordingly we can apply the herbicide. If we can apply the herbicide only where the weed is present and not in other areas where the weed is not present, I think some of these practices are in the offing, and maybe in not the near future, but maybe in the distant future, these will become a reality in our country as well. Robots for weed control, I think they are being used in South Korea, also in some countries of the West. I think we also need to do some work on this. I think it is a necessity that we collaborate with non-agricultural institutions. I think in IIT Kharagpur, they were doing something on artificial intelligence for weed control. but I think more work is needed in this. I think the last point that I want to make is bioengineered plants, whether it is for nutrient mining or for herbicide tolerance. I think this is one of the major area at the global level for weed control, and it is possible to introduce some genes into the crop plant so that the plant is able to better mine the nutrients, whereas the weeds are not able to do it. I think the herbicide tolerant crops, I think that's one point I want to share with you. So for the last 4 or 5 years, I have been hearing through some unauthorized sources or through not confirmed sources, but this is a fact that HTBT cotton is being grown in India in the states of Gujarat and Maharashtra, and in some states the area is as high as 20%. They need to look into this aspect, and it may need the same fate as BT cotton. I think BT cotton had to be released when it has already covered large areas in India, and thanks to the vision and wisdom of Dr. R.S. Soda that we have harvested the benefits of BT cotton over the last 1.5 decades. I would like to conclude by saying that weed management is not only science, but it is also an art. It requires skill and expertise, and also some experience in weed management. I think that is very, very important. This cannot be just like any other casual practice or fertilizer application or water application or other pesticide application. Herbicide application and weed management requires more technical skill and expertise. I think that these are very Thank you very much.
Thank you, Raksha. Thank you very much. Very important points, and the most important point is like we have to collaborate with the organizations working on different aspects, which is their strength. For example, robotics or artificial intelligence and all those things. So that's a very important point. Moving on, we are a bit late, to two more panelists and then some more experts. With Dr. Ajay Kumarji. Dr. Ajay Kumarji, are you there? Dr. Ajay Kumar from Corteva.
Sorry. It looks he is not there.
Okay. So then we can move to the final panelist, Madam Geeta Kulsrestha. Sorry, Madam, for keeping you waiting. But the aspects are very, very important, and I'll go straight. The first part of the question is based on the science evidence. Do you see any potential environmental impact due to herbicide use in India and also the spurious herbicides? That's the first one. And the second part of the question is what's the status of research in public institutions on the new herbicide molecule development, and how can these efforts be synergized with the private sector? Madam? She was there.
I think she was there. It seems she has
She's trying to connect, it seems.
She has to unmute herself.
No, she has unmuted as well, but I don't know her audio is connected or not.
Respected Dr. Paroda, Dr. Mahapatra, dignitaries, my greetings to each one of you. Thank you, Dr. Jat, for inviting me. Herbicides, one of the crop protection chemicals, belong to moderately to slightly toxic class of compounds. Of course, exceptions are there like paraquat. Most of the selective herbicides are applied to soil at early stage of crops, either as pre or early post-emergent. There is long gap between application and harvest of crop, and residues are seldom detected in edible produce. However, with post-emergent herbicides, this may not be the situation. The food safety is ascertained in crops from terminal residues and waiting periods. More than 100 herbicide schedules have been examined in different crops. When terminal residues are below prescribed MRLs, the schedules are considered safe and recommended for adoption by farmers. These studies have enabled establishing of MRLs and waiting periods in cases where such limits were non-existent. So far, MRLs of 74 herbicides in various crops have been established by FSSAI for safety to consumers. Environmental effects are ascertained from studies on effect of edaphic factors on herbicides, both in fields and laboratory under controlled conditions from dissipation half-lives. These include studies on persistence, adsorption, leaching, and transformation studies such as microbial, chemical, and photochemical degradation. To cite an example, long-term field experiments for 5 years were conducted with atrazine and pendimethalin in maize wheat rotation to study accumulation and carryover effects. There was no accumulation from both herbicides. However, acclimatized microbial population degraded pendimethalin rapidly in subsequent years. This was predicted as one of the reasons of reduced efficacy of pendimethalin in following years. The acclimatized microbes were isolated, identified, and used to confirm herbicide degradation in soil in laboratory. Safety studies continued with the advancement of herbicide chemistry from conventional herbicides to low-dose potential herbicides like sulfonylureas, some of which are applied at very, very low dose of 4 grams per hectare, like metsulfuron-methyl. I must emphasize here that these studies have been possible because of state-of-the-art analytical laboratories, well equipped with sophisticated instruments and expert scientists. The recent proposal for ban on 7 herbicides has been surprising, and review requires revisiting. Large number of novel herbicides have been launched abroad by MNCs, but are not introduced in India for last several years, in my opinion. We welcome new herbicide chemistries to solve problem of resistance and new superweeds in the country. Herbicide residue chemist expertise is available at Agrochemicals Division at IRI, DWR, and SAUs, who will research on various aspects to generate scientific data under Indian agroclimatic conditions required for their registration in the country. I would like to inform this House about a new alarming research being done abroad where glyphosate is used as crop desiccant on wheat and other grain crops just prior to harvest, and presence of 0.03 ppm of glyphosate residues in organic grains has been found. This is misuse of glyphosate and will defame its use. Regarding spurious herbicides, as already mentioned earlier by Dr. Chaudhary, they are the biggest challenge country is facing today. Market is flooded with substandard, adulterated, misbranded, fake herbicides and may account for more than 35 to 40% of herbicides sold in India. As a chemist, I suggest creation of accredited pesticide analytical laboratory, at least one in each state, for testing of product quality. That is, for active ingredient in technical grade material, in formulation, and also in purity, to support CIB and RC for registration and re-registration under Me Too category and inspection purposes based on Dr. Lalpath lab chains in Delhi, from where the parameters of the human beings, they are acceptable to all the doctors and hospitals. Farmers, regarding new molecules, I must say that developing a new molecule requires a lot of funds and takes about 5 to 10 years to develop it. Therefore, research institutions are not able to pursue it on large scale, although a lot of talent and expertise is available in Agrochemicals Division at IRI and other institutions. Therefore, industries should come forward for public-private partnership for research on new molecules. One more point I would like to add here, that the farmers are most important stakeholders, and certified formulations of herbicides must be made available to them at retail shops. Only 25 to 30% of farmers are aware of herbicides and their uses, rest are not. My suggestion is that wheat scientists or retired wheat scientists be affiliated or recruited with each retail shop in the country to provide guidance to the farmers on the pattern of Patanjali medical stores with Ayurvedic doctors for free consultation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam. I think you made some real good points. And we also request that please send this note to us so that we can make good use of it. So the discussions on the panelists is over now. Before we go for the questions and the little general discussion, of course, time is limited. We have some special invitees, experts. We would like to hear them, and to start with, I would request Dr. Praveen Rawji, the Vice Chancellor of PJTSAU Hyderabad, for his specific suggestions on, especially on the points which has not been covered. And I know it's the leading agronomist and water scientist, so water and herbicide are something. Integration is something important. So, sir, floor is yours. Daksha, kindly unmute.
I hope he's with us. He was there in the beginning.
No, he still, I see him online, but he's muted.
Kindly unmute Dr. Praveen Rao.
Sir, good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir.
How are you, Jat? I'm listening to you and doing my work as well, as you know.
No.
I'm listening to the presentations. We have our own things going on here. Yeah, tell me, sir.
So, Daksha, we would like to hear from you, the specific aspects which complements what has been discussed, and your thoughts on the weed management and what should be our strategies.
No, see, I was recently, when I was reviewing our PG and PhD programs and this weed control scheme, I have come across 2 or 3 issues which probably require attention by the experts on this. One is with regards to herbicide combinations and also in cropping systems, how we shall go forward. This is one issue which is, say, what you call, causing some problems in our case. That is one. Then number 2 is with regards to say, what you call, when we are talking of soil health and all that, how we can come out with some say, what you call, threshold levels beyond which the soil microbiome, how it gets affected. This is the second aspect which I thought requires attention from the say, experts. Then number 3, say, as rightly pointed out by earlier speakers and also Malhotra ji, that why we are not able to achieve that expertise in developing our own molecules here in this country. So these are the 3 issues which I thought that I will bring it to the notice of. One is in cropping systems approach. That is one. Then number 2 is with regards to soil microbiome, how, whether we can have some thresholds. Say, wherein like we have pesticide residues, thresholds on the crops and so on and so forth. Whether herbicide residues can also be there, some thresholds, which I did not come across. I'm very poor in weed control, but let me share with you this one. Then the third one is with regards to, we have to develop our own molecules, because there is a huge time lag between, as Malhotra ji has rightly pointed out, we are only using the one which was, say, what you call, thrown out by the other countries. Say, weedicides which have been proven, which we are trying to use them, say, what we call, when they have lost their, after a long time gap, what I feel. This is one more thing. So we have to have our own herbicides here developed.
Sir, thank you so much. I think the points that you made are really complementing and very, very important. The systems perspective, the soil microbiome, and also our own herbicide molecules. So thank you so much, sir. For briefly you're emphasizing those important points. Now move on to Dr. N.T. Yaduraju, my teacher who taught me weed science at IRI. And, all lives spent on
Jat, one more thing which I want to emphasize here, because we are working up late on that, you also know, that how we can combine these technologies, weed control technologies, with the emerging technologies.
True, very much true, sir.
Emerging technologies like machine learning, like say what you call artificial intelligence. This is one area where whether we can improve any efficiency at the field level using those technologies.
Very true, sir. Very important point.
Right. Thank you.
Dr. Yaduraju.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope I am audible.
Yeah, very much, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Jat, and respected Dr. Paroda and other distinguished participants at this meeting. I just, want to compliment TAAS and other, ISWS as well as DWR for arranging this special meeting. And of course, this is important because in the last meeting, even it was on pesticides and other pests, but I think it was diluted because our big brother entomologist will always dominate us. So I think I'm happy that that special meeting has been held, and because weeds are different from other pests, we all know that, and of course herbicides are different from other pesticides also, as detailed by other speakers. So with that, I think I'm very happy that the meeting has been held, that it has been attended by a large number of participants. Many points have been discussed. I don't want to repeat it, and I think there is no need to repeat it, and the time is a constraint. And I think so many good points have come, but I want to, at the cost of some repetition, maybe I will repeat some of the things. That this is about the GM crops. I think we need a sort of a firm, permanent, consistent national policy on the GM crops, and we should come as soon as possible. And we have seen it that we have been dilly-dallying, and that we have seen the HT brinjal going away. I mean, BT brinjal going away, HT mustard going away, and HT crops like maize, cotton, and other crops have been under test for last 5-6 years, but not gone far away. I think because of this government indecisiveness, that we, of course, as Dr. Sharma mentioned, that there has been a large-scale illegal cultivation of HTBT cotton in many parts of the country, and the expert committee constituted by the PMO office itself admitted that is almost to the extent of 15 to 20% of the total cotton area. This is very, very alarming. And I think this government has been not able to do anything. And recently in this year itself, there has been open challenges by the farmers in Maharashtra, particularly Shatgari Sanghatan Committee, that they openly started distributing HTBT cotton to farmers. And this is an open challenge. The whole thing is very chaotic and confusing. And maybe the government has not been able to stop the illegal cultivation of the HTBT. The only option they thought was to restrict the use of glyphosate, which is very, very unfortunate. I think, this ban and restriction on the glyphosate is, the objective is to stop the illegal cultivation. I think which is very wrong on the part of the government. As Anil Kakkar was mentioning, that is a very fantastic and excellent herbicide, and I think good science will prevail, and government will revisit the ban or the restrictive use of these herbicide because of the restrictions, and also because of the recent report by the WHO. Many states have also banned, for example, Punjab and I think Telangana and maybe Andhra Pradesh, I think, and also Kerala. So I think this is, not very good, because we know how useful the herbicide is. And as Dr. Kakkar was mentioning, that I think it is better that after revisiting and the hope good science should find how to extend the label claim for use in cotton, sugarcane, and fruits and plantation crops besides tea. I think this is very important. Otherwise, we have seen farmers desperately trying to save the crop by using the screens, cloth screens, and using in broad space crops, buckets and things like that to cover the crop from the phytotoxicity of the glyphosate. And as many people said, that herbicides are going to be the mainstay in weed management for times to come. But I think so. Since new molecules are not in the not going to come in the near future, we have to keep it effective longer, the present herbicides. So I think the best one is to go for herbicide rotation. I think it is, everybody knows that once you keep on rotating the pesticides in general, and the resistance problem will not come. But I think I am happy that this has been considered in the last meeting of the TAAS had on pesticide management, while visiting the pesticide, I think, pest management bill. So it has been considered, but I think I re-emphasize that is very important, so that because the real problem of herbicide use is going to be, may not be much of residue problem, but it is going to be a problem of herbicide resistance in weeds. So maybe some, but how to make it very practical so that farmers can use the herbicides. They may not be knowing herbicides belonging to different modes of action, but maybe, as suggested earlier, maybe may not be color coding, but maybe coded with numbers 1, 2, 3 like that, so that a farmer uses code 1 this year, he will try to not to use it in the next year.
Thank you so much.
The last point, Jat, is that there was a discussion on invasive weeds in the non-crop situation, and biological control is the only method in non-crop situations, because herbicides cannot be used in large scale like forestry or pastures. And there was a talk about Parthenium control using the Mexican beetle, and DG mentioned about it, how ineffective it has been, and it is. I think I also share his views on that. But I would like to point out that in Australia, not one insect, but 5, 6 insects are used in Australia to manage Parthenium, and they have been able to very successfully restrict the Parthenium infestation to a very small area. And I think we need to follow that. We need to introduce more biocontrol agents. So here I would like to point out here is that the National Bureau of Agricultural Insect Resources in Bangalore is the nodal agency for importing the biocontrol agents, but their emphasis is only on biocontrol of diseases and insects. So I think we need to, maybe a recommendation can be made wherein ICR DWR may be made as a nodal agency for introducing biocontrol agents for the management of weeds. And also we should simplify the protocol for introduction, evaluation, and release of the biocontrol agents. This is all in short I would like to say. Thank you very much for asking me.
So thank you very much. I think those were very, very important points. The last one was very important. So time is short and we have to take interventions of a couple of more colleagues, and I'm requesting everyone to send your messages and suggestions on the chat. We encourage you, all of you, to send on chat because of time we will not be able to take a lot of questions. But going to straight to Sanjeev Lalji, maybe a couple of minutes, very focused, the aspect which are not covered. Lalji from Rallis. I saw him. If it is not there, then I'm requesting Dr. Ajit Kumar for his.
Thank you, Dr. Jat.
Yeah, thank you.
I have been keenly listening the best brains about the weed science in the country, and I am so very happy that such a elaborative discussion has taken place. Well, I have got just 1 or 2 points. Dr. Samundar Singh presented the history of introduction of herbicides in wheat crop right from early 90s till date. And one after another, it failed. There was a need to bring newer and newer herbicides. And my experience from the industry working in the field has been that most of the herbicides, according to my experience, failed because of the application technology. Scientists recommended 200 liters water per acre, and hardly 100 liters of water goes into the field. So this aspect, I think, was not covered in the deliberation. I thought to point out, however, best molecule, new mode of action molecule you will bring, but unless you address the application technology, method of application, is not going to work. However best we try to educate farmers, they have got practical difficulties. They cannot use that volume of water in the field, and therefore, I think along with this discussion of herbicides, application of herbicides are going to be the key. We at our company in UPL Limited, we have started the separate division for spraying these herbicides, the insecticides and the fungicides. And let me tell you, the experience has been very good. So in nutshell, application technology is one thing, Dr. Jat, that needs to be mentioned when you talk of the herbicide. Dr. Malhotra mentioned about mechanization of herbicide. So it was such a good point. I liked it. And I hope in the radar of the policy maker that whenever you approve the herbicide, we have to ensure by legislation, by whatever, that the herbicides are applied the way they are recommended. They are recommended in the right window, and therefore it should be used in the right window, and they are recommended to be right amount of water. They should be used with the right amount of water.
Thank you so much. I think those are very, very important points.
Yes, Dr. Another point, I've got another one more point to say, and then I'll close. So don't feel you are under time pressure. Dr. Jat, second thing, Dr. Chaudhary mentioned, there should be regulatory imposition. And as far as herbicides are concerned, the scientists have to be on forefront and not the policy makers or policy administrators. The case in point is ban of these 7 herbicides. Actually, they are not 7. They are 7 plus 12, because these 7 make 12 of the combination herbicides. And that is another subject which has not been covered, the combination herbicides, despite the recommendation of the Herbicide Action Committee called HRAC, that herbicides must be used in combination to contain the resistance problem. In the whole discussion, what was reverberating was the resistance issue of the herbicides. Dr. Chaudhary mentioned that the new mode of action will be treated, or he used a term, he said new molecule with new mode of action. So he's not talking just new molecule. New molecule to us is that molecule which has got the new mode of action. So the definition of new molecule has to be changed in this country, because we are facing the problem of the resistance, because we are applying same active year after year in the field. So this definition of new molecule should be changed, new molecule with new mode of action. Sir, if the scientists are at the forefront, then the policy like apply glyphosate by pest control operators, this kind of discussion will not take place, sir. Apply glyphosate, application of glyphosate should take place by the PCOs. Look, the knowledge gap from the policymakers to the users, the farmers, the way the products are used. If scientists are there, they will never say, you go and visit the CIB website. They are saying there are 30 alternatives available to pendimethalin. Utter lie, sir. So if the scientist is on the forefront, this will not happen, sir. So let these scientists come on the forefront, and policymakers will make the policy to implement that recommendation. So I like that word by Dr. Chaudhary, regulatory imposition. So these are a couple of observations, sir. I thought to make my point, so I have put it across.
Very important points, very valid points. Thank you so much. Before I hand over to the chair and co-chair, I'm taking a liberty and to make, to request one more person just to make a little gender balance, because it was little gender biased discussion. And I'm requesting Dr. Anupama Singh, the head of Agriculture Chemicals Division of IARI, to share her thoughts, because she has been working on those chemicals. So, Dr. Anupama.
Thank you, Dr. Jat. In fact, it's a little surprise for me that you have requested me. Thank you very much. But I had already in my mind few points which I thought I had sent to you for inclusion into the way forward document. Well, I'll touch upon some of my points have been touched upon by Dr. Ajit Kumar in his just concluded presentation. Thank you, Dr. Ajit. You made some of my jobs easier, because I had also the same point of thought regarding herbicide mixtures. When we are talking about the multidimensional attack on a particular pest or on a particular, for example, weeds, then this is the time that we explore the herbicide mixtures more and more, those chemistries and the mode of actions and their interactions at the molecular levels. So this is high time that the herbicide mixtures research and development is taken to another level. I will come upon I will be very brief on my points, because of the time shortage. Regarding new chemistries, the point was raised, sufficiently by many of our people. And Madam Geeta, she had concluded by saying that industry has to come forward. I will also, strengthen that point by saying that, and it was also asked that what kind of research is being done in the research organizations and why we are not able to develop new molecules. I think we all must understand that it is quite a costly affair. We all know that. At a Division of Agricultural Chemicals with a seat of specialization on the molecule discovery in the public sector in ICAR, we have been doing, and all the, even CSIR institutes, they are doing, this kind of researches. But unless the 3 Ps kind of thing that comes to my mind, that is thought of. One is the priority setting. As I have been repeatedly saying, I have submitted this to Dr. Paroda also earlier during our last stakeholder dialogue, that unless, this is made a priority, this is not going to happen. Means is it our priority to develop? When I say national priority, it has to be made a national priority to work on the new molecules with new modes of action. And then, the policy, that imposition. And then third will be the partnership. And that partnership, in that, the hand has to come from the industry. It is somewhere, because of the inherent hesitant nature of the scientists to reach forward towards the industry, and they don't have the right path to actually reach to that. So it is my submission from this particular platform to the industry is that we do have a talent, and we do have a capability, but then capacity to actually make it to the full will only be realized only when there is a handshake by the industry, means that gesture is there. So regarding that new chemistry, so of course there is an opportunity, but only that enabling environment is what is needed. Then herbicide mixtures I have already touched upon. Third part is that when we are talking about, as our honorable DG he mentioned about, I had already written that part about the integrated aspects as to regarding how to do that at the interface of the eco-friendly aspects. Then since this is organic agriculture and the farmer friendly agriculture and the eco-friendly agriculture is becoming sort of mission in the country, then to my knowledge, not much has been done about the exploiting the knowledge which is existing in the field of the allelochemicals and the bioherbicides and all. There is a need to amalgamate all that in a mission mode approach in a structured form, in a very well-funded environment, wherein such kind of, chemistries, their formulations, and natural chemistries, their formulations and their evaluations are being done, so that data is generated without any time lag. And then industry should also, there should be a brainstorming on that how much our industry is actually prepared to adopt this kind of approach. Because if there will not be takers for this, then these phytochemistries to the advantage of, because to my knowledge, very few mode of actions, I think about 20 modes of action, kindly correct me, are there based on in development of the synthetic herbicide so far, if I'm correct. However, there are so many modes of action which still lie unexplored, and based on the leads which are available from the allelochemicals. So they should be exploited actually in combination with the existing leads. So these are some of my few things.
Thank you very much. I think those are real points, and that's what we call, that's why we say the balance, and that's the women power. So very
Thank
strong
you so much.
points. And please send those points. I think that
Sure,
those
sir.
very helpful. Thank you so
Sure,
much.
sir. Sure.
With this, I hand over the stage to our honorable chair and co-chair for further proceedings of the dialogue.
Well, thank you very much, ML, for your initiatives and effort to moderate this session so ably. I would not like to take more of the time, because we have already exceeded our time limit, but hopefully you would all agree that we need to conclude. And for that, possibly another 15 or 20 minutes can be accommodated in case if you are not urgently required to leave. And therefore, what I would suggest is we take 10 minutes each, co-chair and myself, and then 5 minutes for the vote of thanks. So I pass on immediately to Dr. Chaudhary as a co-chair for this session, and who is the person not only on the organizing side, but also on receiving side for most of the action to be implemented in terms of recommendations that are emerging. And his active participation had been very helpful. So Dr. Chaudhary, you please have the floor first.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I agree that a great deal of discussion has taken place and a lot of issues are discussed. Probably considering the time limit, we have discussed so many issues, and it would be really a great challenge for TAAS as well as ICR to put everything in perspective and come up with very concrete recommendations. First, to our own use, that is TAAS and ICR together, the next responsibility would be to classify all the recommendations in 3 categories. The first category would be the research recommendations. The second category would be the developmental kind of recommendations, and third would be policy and regulation kind of recommendations. The viewpoints expressed by industries, I appreciate the concerns raised here, and very frank and clear opinion was given, and everything which was spoken was wonderful here. Some of the very critical points mentioned by some of the colleagues, including Dr. Samandar Singh, also needs to be taken into rapid mode, and some actionable points and some roadmap need to be prepared the quickest time possible. That we will do. I'm pretty sure under the able leadership of Dr. Paroda, Dr. Bhagmal, and the whole team of TAAS will prepare the draft recommendations at the earliest possible. At this juncture, instead of repeating everything which was told here, and very focused discussion has taken place, I don't think there is need to speak much more, because time is already crossing and it is already 6:40 plus. Therefore, I would like to stop here, and I would like to hand over further proceedings to Honorable Chair of this session, Dr. R.S. Paroda. Please.
Well, thank you, Dr. Chaudhary. Appreciate whatever you have said. To add to co-chair's remarks, I would like to just say that it's good that we organize this dialogue. You would all possibly agree that we need to move forward aggressively in the area of herbicides, both in terms of research and development in our country. Compared to the rest of the world, we are much behind. And I was looking at the presentation which was made by Samandar Singh in terms of the use of herbicides. I think most of those countries where conservation agriculture is being practiced are using more herbicides than those where irrigated agriculture is practiced. This is one message which I seem to have received. Maybe I am wrong, but in our country, most of the herbicide use is for crops which are irrigated and not in the areas which are rain-fed. And these are the resource poor farmers, smallholder farmers would need definite help and support to protect their crops. And they are the main farmers having their livelihood on rain-fed areas. So they are all dependent on rainfall. And that's where if they lose it completely. So herbicides have a great scope. When we look at herbicides, it also clearly comes to our mind that our industry has moved forward and is now much robust than what it was when we started with Green Revolution time. Having said this, I would also like to say that government is now talking of Atmanirbhar Bharat. I feel that in agriculture, we are already Atmanirbhar in many areas, including the food security at the household level. Also, we now need to make our farmer more secure and sustainable. And in that respect, we need to provide him technologies by which he can improve his not only production, but use new technologies and improve the efficiency in terms of good agronomic practices. So in that respect, there are many issues which have emerged. These issues would require, like it was said, farmers are not aware, not using much of herbicides. They need to be educated, the public awareness. Then I think a point also came up very clearly that the corporate social responsibility of the private sector could be used to train the youth, whether women or young boys, who could be not only technology agents, but service providers. Because this point came out again clearly, how do you use? And often I feel that here you require private sector extension. When I need to cultivate my field, I just ask a person who has a tractor in the village to come and cultivate my field. Why not a person comes and helps me for protecting my weeds or for protecting my crop from insects and pests? And which pesticide to be used, whether it is already outdated, whether it is the right pesticide, whether it is the right quantity of water or the equipment. And I tell you, it's a great difficulty and problem that I myself practically experiencing. So here, if there is a service provided by youth who are properly trained, and if they are given hand-holding and mentorship by the private sector and also by our ICR KVKs, institutions, and universities, I think we will be able to help the farmer to a greater extent, and it will be win-win on both sides. Also, as I said, we need now new molecules with new mode of action, as has been very rightly brought out. And for that, there are obvious arguments that you need more funding. I sometimes fail to understand why, if we want, we cannot move forward and have more funding. And why can't we have a partnership with the private sector? Why can't we have a mission on this and move ahead and have interinstitutional partnership, whether it is CSIR institutions or ICR institutions or universities? So possibly it requires a serious thinking by the scientists themselves, maybe through another discussion and dialogue which Dr. Chaudhary could organize, that can we ourselves move forward, or we will always have this excuse, you need more funds and therefore you cannot go ahead. You need more partnership with private sector. Private sector is all the time coming forward and saying, we want to work with you, but then we are not providing enabling environment. Then comes, of course, the issues relating to regulation part. And regulation part, Dr. Malhotra, I hope he is still with us and joined back. But it appears that there is definite scope for further amendments and improvements in the regulatory system. I myself was the chair of the Pesticide Registration Committee for more than 7 years when I was Deputy Director General Crop Sciences in ICR in mid-80s. I can tell you that there was definite need for a lot of improvement, and those regulatory systems are not helping us. These issues came up when we had our dialogue on pesticides. Clearly that you have to digitize your system. You have to make sure that you have expertise, outsourced system. You have to have accredited laboratories. Why can't we decide if we have to go with any new molecule and its registration and say, okay, we will have ad hoc registration if it is immediately required. But is there any scoping study and need assessment exercise done? And if that is not done, then I think it is right time that we put our hands together and heads together and come out with a status paper in terms of current status and future prospects for herbicides in India. Why can't it be done? We know where we need, what we need. Who else will tell us that you should use this? And if we are clear in terms of our needs, then we also know what is available and whom to approach and whom to encourage. And no doubt, we have to come up with the new, mode of enabling environment where you have to have protection of data. If it is not there, why can't it be done? What's the problem? I just can't understand this. If there is a will, we certainly can move ahead and bring in those reforms. So there is need for reforms in regulatory system, in our enabling policies. Why, if we have a mechanism of GM approach to save both on environment and use of agrochemicals or pesticides or herbicides, why can't we promote those? And why we should remain behind? And if there are no, compulsions for banning a pesticide because others have done it, and we don't have any other alternative, and rather cheaper alternative, then should we do it? And why can't we go for other modes like bio control activities, whether it is biopesticides or in case of herbicides, it is the biocontrol. Even insect control had been quite effective. For water hyacinth, I understand, and I had seen myself. And also for this, for acacia and other weeds, it had been used. And it was quite interesting to understand from the presentation that for Phalaris minor, which is so important, we are not left with any good alternative and effective, cheaper herbicide in the present context. So when we will try to get, alert about it, and possibly I see that there is definite need and urgency to think now differently in terms of doing our business, in terms of reorientation of our agriculture research agenda, maybe put a mission mode program for developing new molecules in the area of agrochemicals and have centers of excellence created. What's the difficulty there? And why not we can have public-private partnership? When you want to have this partnership, often we find that we are treating private sector differently and not as partners. So how long it will continue? This kind of situation was there when I tried to bring in this partnership for BT cotton while we were testing and releasing BT cotton. We said, why not we have this partnership with the national system? It was not possible because maybe environment was not ripe at that time. I don't know whether the environment has changed now, but it will require a change. We are losing an opportunity. We are losing an opportunity of going in for herbicide use to promote conservation agriculture. We are also losing an opportunity to increase productivity in rain-fed areas, which still contribute around 40%, and where still lot of smallholder farmers, resource poor farmers are having their livelihood. So in that respect, many issues have come. We have noted down. I would not like to repeat as Dr. Chaudhary had said, but we would require to look at why can't we have like this issue of spurious herbicides was there. So why can't there be more aggressive testing system? There are pesticide labs and all India pesticide management coordinated program in all over the India, and the data that they are producing when it comes to its use, I think it has not been used effectively yet. So do we require new mechanisms and institutions, or we would not like to have some change? And why can't we have accredited institutions and laboratories where data can be generated in the shortest possible time of 2 years, and we define the lag period for release of new molecules, say 3 to 5 years, and 3 years for ad hoc registration, 5 years for regular registration. When I was the chair of the pesticide committee, there were no biopesticides and no protocol for biopesticide registration. I said, nothing doing, I would not release any chemical pesticide unless the protocol for biopesticides and registration is done within next 3 months. So we stopped registration and we came out with protocol, and now those neem-based and all trichoderma and all those biopesticides came in. But then what happened? How much we are producing of those? And where is the industry? What is the industry doing to promote those? Because they seem to be not looking at it as more lucrative approach. So maybe we require more entrepreneurs in the rural areas or in the middle class areas where they can have their livelihood and produce and provide. Similarly, the question came of, combination of herbicides, custom hired or custom made herbicides for different crops and commodities. I think these will be all new areas. We will have to have a new approach and new look. Possibly, we cannot wait for another 2 decades. We started registration of biopesticides in late, say, 90s. And now it is more than 2 decades. And how much we are producing, even biopesticides or bio control agents. And I found that biofertilizers even, not more than 3 to 4%. And we are talking of organic farming, we are talking of improving the income of the farmers and assuring the crop production and productivity. From where it will come? Unless you have these inputs available at the farmer's doorstep and you have a mechanism which is a private extension mechanism, not government extension mechanism. For these new approaches, new molecules, new technologies, you would require a new system, completely new system of advisory services and agri-clinics, and there we would require public-private partnership. And I think Anupama made at the end this important, and I think also Ajit ji made this, that we need public-private partnership. So we will continue. And now what is the kind of public-private partnership? When we have a good variety or hybrid, we are just saying, let anybody come and at 5 lakhs or 10 lakhs, I give you this variety or hybrid, and then nobody comes forward because they don't see any market or future, because there is tremendous competition already created through this kind of partnership. Unless there is exclusive licensing system, maybe for different eco-regions, but for that we would need reforms. We would need new method of working. We would need to change, and change is must, but change is always difficult. So I would like to say it is 7 o'clock. I must conclude. Possibly I can continue longer, but whatever you have contributed, I think it had been very helpful. If we had not organized this and taken longer, perhaps we would have not done justice. Since we have done it, let us come out with good recommendations. Please send your comments if you have not been able to contribute personally, or if any point you think was not addressed and is important, we will come back to you with a concise way forward recommendations. And after your having gone through, we will make sure that they reach to all the policy makers and the stakeholders. And in that process, TAAS had been having this as a mission with which we are working, whether it is seed sector, whether it is pesticide sector, whether it is soil health sector, whether it is also use of herbicides now. We are committed to link science to society, and we need your support, and we don't do it alone. It is in partnership with all important stakeholders in place and also other partners. So, but certainly we would like to adopt those recommendations which are not partition, but which are neutral and in the national interest and in the interest of our Indian agriculture and Indian farmers. With this, I would like to thank you all, and I don't have really right words to say how pleased I am to have had this kind of interface with you all, who are so capable, informed, and eminent in your own way in this area of expertise. Thank you very much. maybe Dr. Bhagmal.
भागमल जी आप उसको वो अनम्यूट करिए.
Sorry. Thank you. Respected Chair Dr. R.S. Paroda, Co-Chair Dr. S.K. Chaudhary, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. We have now come to the end of the program, and it is my proud privilege to extend a vote of thanks on behalf of the organizers and on my own behalf. We know that herbicides constitute about 44% of the total pesticides consumed globally, but in India, share of herbicide is only 22%, just half, which needs to be enhanced significantly in order to minimize the losses due to weeds. In view of high importance of the subject, Dr. R.S. Paroda, Chairman TAAS, conceptualized the organization of this dialogue in collaboration with ICAR, Directorate of Weed Research, and the ISWS, Indian Society of Weed Science. It is indeed a matter of great satisfaction that the dialogue had been very productive and successful, and very useful recommendations and action points have emerged. This could be possible due to full cooperation and support from all of you. I express my deep sense of gratitude to Dr. Trilochan Mahapatra ji, Secretary DARE and DG ICR, for his gracious presence in spite of very busy schedule, and his illuminating opening address, giving very valuable suggestions and advice for research and development for sustainable weed management, which we have noted for implementation. In fact, Dr. Mahapatra has always been very supportive of all programs and activities organized by TAAS. My heartfelt thanks to you, sir. Dr. R.S. Paroda, Chairman TAAS, is the brain behind organizing the dialogue on this important topic right from the inception. As chair of the dialogue, he steered the deliberations very nicely and gave thoughtful remarks in the opening session, and also nicely summarized the deliberations in the concluding session, giving so many suggestions and word of advice, giving a clear roadmap for safe and sustainable weed management. My heartfelt thanks to you, sir. I also express my sincere thanks to Dr. S.K. Chaudhary, DDG NRM, and co-chair of the dialogue, for setting the context, making an excellent presentation on the herbicide regulations and policies, useful remarks in the concluding session, and also for extending ICR facilities for organizing this webinar. My sincere thanks to Dr. J.S. Mishra, Directorate of Weed Research, Jabalpur, for giving welcome remarks and providing support for co-hosting the dialogue. I also take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks to all the speakers, Dr. S.K. Chaudhary, Shri Anil Kakkarji, and Dr. Sushil Kumar, for their excellent presentations, and also to Dr. A.K. Singh for a very interesting short presentation on this occasion. Also to all the panelists, Dr. S.K. Malhotra, Dr. Samundar Singh, Dr. Rajbir Rathi, Dr. Bhaskar, Shri R.J. Agrawal, Dr. A.R. Sharma, and Dr. Geeta Kulsrestha for their useful interventions. I must also express my thanks to the discussants, Dr. Praveen Rao, Dr. N.T. Yaduraju, Dr. Ajit Kumar, and Dr. Anupam Singh for bringing various points and recommendations to the forefront for consideration. My special thanks to Dr. M.L. Jat for his excellent role as a moderator and steering the panel discussion so well, with very well-structured questions for each panelist, and also for his active involvement right from the beginning. I would also like to thank my TAAS colleagues, Dr. Umesh Srivastava and Ms. Simi Dogra, and Dr. Sobha of DWR for their support and cooperation in organizing the dialogue successfully. Thank you all once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
Good night.
Thank you
sir.
very
Thank you so
much.
much.
Thank you,
Good
sir.
night.
Thank you.
Okay, bye
Thank
bye.
you, Judge sir.
Namaskar,
Bye
sir.
bye. Bye bye.
Dr. Shobha, please
Namaskar,
close the
धन्यवाद. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.